here is unbelievable. I have not encountered, in all my years of living in Joburg, I've never encountered traffic like this. I think one or two people are still traipsing in. I want to give you all a warm welcome on behalf of the Presidential Climate Commission, not just to those of you in the room, but we have, I understand, 350 people online. So in fact, there's a much bigger audience online, and you are all duly welcomed. And just to say a few words about the Presidential Climate Commission, I mean, I think as you all know, we're a multi-stakeholder body appointed by the President and chaired by him. And our job is to advise government on the path to net zero and on building a climate resilient society and economy. And we do it, we obviously ground what we say in science, but we also take social engagement and the views of stakeholders such as yourselves very seriously. And, you know, part of our brief is to foster this ongoing social dialogue around the climate transition in the country. This is, I think, the third year in a row that we are having this get together around skills. And it's really great to welcome so many players in this green skills ecosystem in this country. And I want to underline the importance of what we're talking about. So, you know, everyone, I think, coming here is aware of the just transition. And we've made it, as the Climate Commission, we've sort of made it the foundational policy that informs everything that we do. And that's because we understand this climate transition is going to be extremely disruptive. It's like the great economic transitions of the last couple of centuries, the Industrial Revolution, the information age, the move now into 4IR. These are all profound revolutions in the way that the global economy functions. And what they do is that they create new sectors, but they also, you know, phase out old, particularly in our instance, fossil fuel dependent, high emitting sectors. So, you know, the good news on the whole is that the world is going to, a low carbon world is going to create more jobs and be more prosperous than the old fossil fuel economy, and it's going to be healthier. But moving from the one to the other isn't a given. We need to, if we want to make sure that this transition is equitable and fair and works for everyone, we've got to proactively manage the transition. And that means that we need to think about labor markets and how we engage between climate policy and labor market policy. We need to think about not just skills in the labor market, but also how we match those skills to jobs. So we've got to think about industrial policy and localizing supply chains and the natural resources and green minerals that support those supply chains. And if there's one thing that we've learned in the, you know, over the last decade of skills development efforts, you don't want to be doing skills investment in absence of a job creation policy. And the best way people learn is on the job. So, you know, what we don't want is a skills development system that's just spewing out skills and not actively placing people in work experiences so that they can consolidate what they've learned and apply it. So we're now at a critical point. I mean, I think everyone across this country, government, labor, business, civil society, will all recognize green skills is a priority focus for the transition. It's one of the most important things we can do. And we're at a really interesting point in this conversation. I mean, we've got a number of really concrete, practical initiatives on the table, backed or partially backed by the funding that's available. So, you will be aware of the Just Energy Transition Partnership and the investment plan that was developed in relation to that partnership. In the JET investment plan, there's a big section focusing on skills and very specific proposals around investing in these skills development zones in Mpumalanga. So very important concrete proposal that I think we can mobilize around. You've also seen some amazing work undertaken by the National Business Initiative. And they, together with a whole range of CEOs, they've set up the CEOs Champions Forum, and they're driving an active process of investing in skills for the future. So, there's the JET IP initiative, linked closely. I mean, the NBI initiative is linked very closely to what they're doing. You've also seen some very important initiatives coming out of the Department of Higher Education and Training. So they've updated the Skills Master Plan. They've got a national skills development strategy. They'll be telling us more about that as we go forward. And the big issue that DHET's been grappling with is the skills anticipation system. So how do we make sure that the investments we're making today link to the economic sectors that are going to be growing, and that we're not overproducing or underproducing skills into particular areas of growth and need as we go forward? And key to that, skills anticipation system is getting businesses, employers, who are, ultimately the ones that are going to be creating the jobs, linking them very actively into the skills planning system. So there's a lot of stuff happening, and there's some really big funders standing behind this now. And if I start mentioning one, I'm going to leave out the other. Many of you are already in this room. This week, we've got some really interesting visitors in town. So Nicole from the Bezos Earth Fund is here actively looking at programs they can support. AFD's been a long time investor here. I see Under David's here. The Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet have been investing in the Kamati Power Station Skills Initiative. So, there's a lot going on. And I'm going to make a bold statement that I know some of you are going to immediately start shooting down. I don't think funding is our major constraint at the moment. Look, we can always do with more funding. But we've got this National Skills Fund and the Skills Levy, and we've got a number of very important funders standing behind the skills work at the moment. I think the big problem confronting us is an institutional problem. We've got a skills delivery system that isn't working optimally. And the good news about that is it's something that's immediately within our control, the players within this room, It's within our control to fix that. So, you know, I want to, I don't know if there's a theme, Madam Chair, for this conference, but, you know, to me, it's now action time. We've done the planning. We've got a lot of stuff on the table. We don't need more plans. More plans are not going to fix the issue. We need to get the institutions that we've got working better, and we need to get on and do the job. And do the job in an integrated way. So, you know, the point I was making earlier, linking skills and jobs, I think is the primary exercise that we need to be focused on. We do want to obviously not undermine what we're doing by oversupplying in any particular area. I mean, I'm hearing noise now that we're already overtraining certain categories of renewable energy skills for the demand that's there. But we still continue to undertrain certain artisan categories. So we need to be careful at this moment. I mean, I know you're all eager to get on and do it. So, and I said the watchword is implementation, action. This is the time for action. But we need to act thoughtfully and carefully, because we're equally, if we're sending more skilled people into the market than there are jobs to absorb, we're going to create a backlash against the efforts that we're making, and people are no longer going to take this initiative with any credibility. So on that note, Madam Chair, I'm going to leave it. I don't know if I covered, I never got any speaking notes. So I'm afraid that's off the cuff, straight from the heart. Those are my reflections. I think it's going to be a fantastic day of discussions, and I really look forward to the outcome.
No, there are no speaking notes for you. We wanted to induct you properly as the incoming deputy chair, so you've passed the test. All right, colleagues, I think with those opening remarks, I mean, we do have a theme, Crispy, and it's practical and localized skilling initiatives for the just transition, but let's go with action. I like it. So with that said, and I think also wanting to reflect on, you know, what you've talked about, I think we've been crying, or we've been making noise about the issues related to the skills mismatch. And if we don't correct certain things in the system, it will continue. So these are the things that we probably need to reflect on in our discussions here today. Thanks for the opening remarks. We're going to move straight away to the keynote address. I'm going to invite Prof. Hela Lotz-Sitzka from the SACHI chair, who will deliver opening remarks for, not opening remarks, the keynote address for us. So we're looking forward to her input. Just a round of applause as she gets up to the stage.
Thank you so much, Lebu. And I think, Chippy, you've said it all already, actually. I think that this community is very much aware of the kinds of challenges that are facing us in the system of skills. Just a little bit. And then I just want to go back to the start of my presentation. As is your tech working? Can you please go back to the opening slide? And can we just check that this is working? Sorry, we checked it before. There we go. Yeah, thank you very much. So I've been asked to talk a little bit more broadly, I think, to what we're looking at here as a community of people that are involved in the just transition, and that also carry an interest in education, climate change education, empowerment of our society, and then integration of these issues into the learning pathways and the actual skill systems, the work and learning systems. So I'm from Rhodes University in a unit called the Environmental Learning Research Center. And we have been working on green skills research, I think, for 30 years now, together with, you know, other institutions like the Wits Real Center and others, and trying to develop this area of competence in the South African system. We were at the first NQF conference it was 1996, and worked on integrating these environmental issues into the national systems of skills. So it's been a long journey, and it's still a big journey to take. So the one point that I wanted to say is that this is a long story and it has a strong history. So we should draw on that at this moment in our country's history. And it's also quite a complex and it's a systemic process that we're looking at. And I think, you know, with the just transition, we must think about this work as being a just process, and we should not leave people behind. And this is a very critical issue in this country because so many people have been left behind by the skills system in the country's history. So we have to resolve that problem while we're doing new work. So this is not an event, the skills work. It's not just a training program, and it's not just technology driven. So because I've only got 10 minutes, I thought I would just raise 10 key points that could perhaps, you know, just open some of the dimensions of the discussion. I see them already on the program, and hopefully it can give us, you know, just a broader view of this. The first question, I think, if we're talking about education, empowerment, and skills, is we can ask ourselves, for what kind of a transition do we want to support? And there's a lovely debate and discussion in this country. I always love this country because it really always stretches our thinking, and it makes us critical of taken for granted assumptions. So we have these differentiations between a neoliberal just transition, a reformist just transition, a structural just transition, where we actually deal with the structural issues. And I think, Chippy, you were talking about, let's deal with the structural issues in our skills system. And then there's also the transformative just transition, which emphasizes inclusivity and, you know, a whole shift in the political economy of the system as a whole, and the inclusivity of that. Where do we want to sit with our work, I guess, is the question. And I'll speak a bit to that. And there's been quite a lot of work on the concept of justice in the just transition. This is a piece that was done by the Climate Investment Fund, I think, when they were busy planning with the government some of the just transition work in the country, looking at, you know, the sort of like range that you can have when you're dealing with these justice questions in the just transition. So you can have distributional justice, you know, at a very focused level, or it can also be an expansive level where it's more inclusive of your whole society. Your intention can be just to reform, or it can be to transform. Recognitional justice can be just around, you know, representation at small levels, or with select stakeholder groups, or it can actually be more inclusive of your whole society and different groups in your society. And then, of course, the similar thing with procedural justice. You can have participation at a very sort of superficial level. We know that problem in the country, or you can have deep empowerment. And I think it's good for us to think about that when we're thinking about making changes to the skills system, because ideally we really want to work with the best ambition in mind, knowing that it's not always easy to achieve those aspirations, but they are important. So I think, you know, let's think in that space as we move forward together. So I think that if we want a transformative just transition that is expansive in its distributional impacts and justice, transformational in its intention and outcomes, inclusive and elevating of marginalized groups in its framing of recognitional justice, and empowering of all members of society in its framing of procedural justice, then we must adopt a systemic, transformative, and even transgressive approach to climate change education, empowerment, and skills for just transitioning in South Africa. And there are many dimensions to that, and I'm going to touch on them very briefly. The first one is that we must work on foundational learning. This is the learning of the 12 million plus young people, children that are in our schools. They are the labor force of the future, of the next 10 years from now, when this just transition takes off. These young people are the ones that are going to be coming through. So we must invest in them. The Department of Basic Education is busy with a new curriculum transformation process, curriculum streamlining, and they are integrating these 7 themes into the 148 subjects, is it, Chanu? 144 subjects. And they've got a 3-stream curriculum, which is academic, occupational, and vocational. And if we miss this opportunity, we will not be able to build in critical themes such as, can you believe it, we are missing sustainable food systems in our education system. We are missing just energy transition in our basic education curriculum. We are missing environmental water security issues in the way that they need to be dealt with. Climate action is very weakly represented. So this is a key area of work. It needs support, it needs resources. There is work going on at an international level to try to support, greening curriculum, providing guidance for that. We need to contextualize this into our own country, develop it from the ground up, not just accept top down. There's also work on green school quality standards that we need to further develop. We need to therefore continue this work with the Department of Basic Education. The timeline is short. By the beginning of next year, they want to start implementing this new curriculum. So let's get behind it, let's support it, and let's work with them. And we should not leave our teachers and our lecturers out of the transition, especially our TVET lecturers, very critical group, vocational education trainers. You don't just know how to do this kind of new training. You actually have to learn, and somebody needs to support you. So I see in the JET implementation plan skills, there is a mention of the Fundisa for Change program. It's a national network that is trying to support lecturer and teacher training in this area. Again, I think we need to put more energy behind also this kind of work in our system. The transition must be inclusive in its scope. There's a lot of emphasis on energy. We really need to look at water. South Africa is a water scarce country. If we can't, we might have renewable energy, but no water. That's not going to help us much. So we must take more of a nexus approach, a more integrative approach. Food, I've already mentioned, the food systems in our country are really not very strong. They're not very sustainable. During COVID, we had 11 million people that were food insecure. We have children in our schools that are malnourished. We should, be able to do better. So I think to take this approach, inclusive in scope, and take youth, women, people with disability, include them in our skills thinking, not be too narrow in the way that we work. The thing with these kinds of skills is that they're also quite complicated because they're contextual, they're also general, and they're also specialist, and they're also multi-leveled. So this is a piece of work we're doing with the PCC on looking at the potential of reskilling mine workers into a nascent hemp industry in Mpumalanga province. We've discovered there's two possible pathways there. And if you work with the one, which is more generic, on non-contaminated land, you can actually get a wider range of value chains emerging from that. If you focus on resolving the problem of contaminated land through planting hemp on that soil, then you have to actually specialize in a different way. So there's some things that are generic. It's very contextual because these industries are nascent, they're emerging, and then it's also specialized and it's multi-leveled. So the multi-leveledness, you can see here's a little image of that. Some of it is medium to high skill, some of it is entry-level skill, some of it is short-term skills that we need, some of it is medium to long-term. So we've got to do this more careful, refined analysis of what is actually needed as we look at these transitioning pathways. It's also vocational and occupational. This trust transition must center the vocational and the occupational. It's an area that has been very neglected in the South African education system, particularly the TVETs, I think. And we need to think about occupations differently. We need to identify the ones that are at risk and in decline, which is quite a lot of work is being done on that. We need to look at the ones that are changing from the inside, for example, the electricians. We need to look at the issue of digitalization. There's labor shrinkage as digitalization gets introduced. And with labor shrinkage, we get higher skill, labor shrinkage, and more people that are put to the margins. So this is a critical issue. It's a global issue. We are seeing it in the just transition as we do our skills analysis work on the ground. And then this is the one that I'm most passionate about, actually, is the occupations that are emerging, those that we really need in order to build a just transition and a sustainable society. But these occupations and their skills pathways are not included in the system because they're externalities. They're associated with the externalities, in other words, with the pollution that is being produced. So who cleans up our rivers, right? Who monitors those rivers? Those people are not included in the skills systems. And we have so many young people that could be brought into these viable work streams work for the common good, new work streams, new learning pathways, new skills programs. This is what we're also trying to work on, also with the PCC, with the QCTO, and with many other stakeholders, UNICEF and other groups. It must be demand-led. Chippy's just mentioned that, but this is not an easy thing to deal with, actually, the demand-led in this sector, because you can have emergent demand, you can have demand that is realistically anticipatory, or you can also have magical thinking, where you just make projections, and in fact, none of them ever come true. And we've seen a lot of that in this country. If you look at the SIPs, for example, and the demand studies that were done there, magical thinking, if you look back at it. So we don't need to repeat the problem of magical thinking in our demand studies. So we need better methodology for demand studies. And we need to really look at this complex mix of factors that produces demand and that realizes demand. So it's not just projection, it's actually the realizing of the demand that's important. And with that, you get time windows. You need to look at the shorter, longer, medium-term time windows. And where's it driven from? Is it technology and investor driven, or is it transformation driven? So these are the questions. I'm just putting them out there for discussion as we go through the day. It also needs to be innovation centric and circular and not exclusive. And we have to also guard against becoming over proprietary, if I could say that, with the new innovations. This is a lovely piece of work we were looking at last week, in fact, setting up a green construction academy in Makanda, with this circular economy. It's called Noncrete. It's a new kind of construction material, and to establish a vocational education stream for unemployed youth in Makanda, and to bring these new technologies into the vocational education and training sector in a way that is non-proprietary. In other words, so that the intellectual capital can be shared. So this is another issue we need to look out for and keep working on. There's so much innovation actually in this country that we could scale into these kinds of programs, TVET programs particularly. It's lifelong and life-wide, okay? It impacts everybody everywhere. Everybody needs new knowledge, new competencies, new skills, new values. The picture at the top there is the wastewater treatment plant pollution, failure of our wastewater treatment plants in the country. That just means that we have effluent, E. coli effluent running into almost all of our rivers. So that's why I say we can't ignore water in the just transition. What skills do we need to resolve that? The bottom one is the new NEV stations where they're going to, have plugins where you can drive your car and charge up. What new skills do we all need to do that, So all of this is important. The spaces of learning are much broader than just institutions. They're not just in colleges, universities, they're also workplaces, but they're also in homes, in kitchens, in communities, in churches, in taverns, actually, all over the place. In our society, we need to be doing this kind of transformative learning. So there's also a need to, this image has not come out well, but to think about the way in which the skills are place-based, sector-focused, but connected. So one of the studies we're looking at the moment is the NEV value chain in the Eastern Cape. Who's involved in it? Who's doing skills development? Who's involved in skills? You'll be so amazed at how many different organizations are working in different ways on skills development. So it's not just one type of institution, and one needs to bring them together in order to get critical mass and to get strength in the transition. So that'll be discussed later. And then just for I think right at the center of all of this is that we need to be able to learn differently. We need to unlearn, and we need to be able to learn differently. Transformative learning is vital. It's vital to all aspects of this transition. So, and I always say we actually need to also be transgressive, because we need to be able to name and identify, those norms that are unsustainable, that are oppressive, that are exclusive, that are excluding people. And we must name them, and then we must work around them and beyond them. We must cross those boundaries and come through with new ways of doing things. Innovation in skills and research approaches is vital as we go forward as well. So just in short then, these 10 points really, and the last point is probably the most important, is that all of this is systemic. So we can't really only focus on one little aspect. We must be thinking across, and hence we need the multi-actor formation that we see in this kind of a skills meeting. And so I hope that all of you will, have a good discussion to take some of these issues forward. Think about this process. Whatever you do, it's part of a bigger system. And if we can think about joining up our different initiatives in some kind of way, I think there's a discussion on platforms as well towards the end of the session this afternoon. All of that will be helpful to us. And I think my main appeal actually is to not leave out our children, our teachers, our young people. I'm in the middle of a youth meeting on the other side of Joburg. I have to go back to it now. But these young people were saying to me, Prof, we don't want to be tokenized, right? Everybody wants us to be there, but they don't really want to give us space. They're not supporting us financially. They're not helping us to really come into the system. The learning opportunities are small. The employment is short term, and we can't get in. That's what they said. We can't get in. So what do we have to do to allow them in, bring them in, let them come in? So these are the critical issues I think we must discuss in this kind of a meeting when we talk about education, skills, empowerment. And I think we must be very wary of developing a skills system that is focused on parts of the economy only, on particular technologies only, and their rollout. That is too narrow for what this country needs. So that's my message. It's my appeal. And thank you very much for inviting me to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Hela. I mean, we could just leave the conversation here, right? You've covered, you really covered it for us. I like the notion that we need to get to a point where we have transformative learning for a transformative just transition. I think we can all agree that we don't want to keep the status quo. We don't want a business as usual approach. We want a transformative just transition, which is very progressive that we've gotten to this level of understanding with this type of work. And just the closing message around not leaving our youth, not leaving women and persons with disability outside of the skills ecosystem. I've always made this point that if we don't prioritize early childhood development facilities, so for example, all the skills programs that are happening in Komati, but there's no ECD centers. In essence, we're telling the women in that community that we're not interested in skilling them, because where do we suppose they leave their kids while they're taking advantage of skills opportunities? So in the manner in which we design these programs, we achieve the types of participation that we want. So we're going to have to be a bit more deliberate about how we design programs moving forward. All right, no one came to listen to me. So let's move on to the next section. We're going to be entering into a number of panel discussions. I think the nice thing about this is that we get to test views with various people in the ecosystem, and we get to challenge each other on a number of concepts and ideas. Back where I come from, in my student politics days, we called it the Festival and the Battle of Ideas. So I'm hoping we can have a similar thing here today. If you disagree with each other, disagree respectfully. And if you want to call each other to order, do it on the side, but also keep it nice, keep it respectfully. But again, we're here to test our understanding, and we're here to convince one another and chart a way forward. So with that said, we're going to go into our first panel discussion, and this one is around accelerating the just transition through skills research. So I'm going to hand over to Victoria Happlethwaite from Israel. Did I do a good job? Happlethwaite from Wits Real. So she's wearing two hats for this session. She's going to give us some opening remarks, 10 minutes, Victoria, and then she'll also be moderating the session. I think in the meantime, I'll also call the panelists that will also be engaging in this session. So Wendy Poulton, I believe, is online from Sania, is going to be joining us. Albert Okal from ILO, if you could come onto the stage. Clearly Wemabaso from Sawia, if you come on stage, and as well as Sinentlantla Sitole from Satri, if you can join us on stage. And then let's give Victoria a chance to do some opening reflections, and then we'll get underway with the discussion with the panel. So round of applause as they come up on stage.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and good morning to those online. So a good 30 minutes have been taken away from my session, so I have to speak very quickly. So forgive me if I speak at the speed of light. So as introduced, the session is on accelerate the just transition through skills research, access and pathways into emerging streams of work. So I'm going to be talking about two projects in these 10 minutes. So the first project is on learning pathways in the context of a just energy transition. So this is a project that we were conducting for the GIZ. And essentially it was to look at the pathways that young people, especially at intermediate level, your NQF level 4 to 6, how they go into the energy sector, how they move within the energy sector, and so on. So to start with, I'll first define what a learning pathway is for those who don't know. So it's the various ways in which individuals enter a sector. So for instance, those people acquire skills to go into a certain occupation or into a certain field of work. So these learning pathways are structured in the sense that you've got, say, your formal learning pathways through your universities, your TVETs. You've got your informal learning where you learn from, say, your friends, and your work-based learning. So the objective, as I indicated initially, was to investigate the nature of learning pathways at intermediate level within the energy sector. So for us to understand how people, the educational progression in this, that takes place, the occupational progression, the multiple entry routes and exit routes that people take, and then just to get a sense of how exactly people are moving in the energy sectors. So the sectors we covered are electric vehicles, solar, wind, battery storage, and energy efficiency. And we used a 6-pronged approach where we first did backcasting, so looking at where we want to be in the future with regards to skills for these emerging sectors, and then going back to see what sort of work we need to do with regards to skills to get there. Then we also mapped existing qualifications, full and part qualifications. We did learning pathway stories with 30 people in the energy sector to understand how they are moving, and then also looked at enablers and constraints that they are facing, and then tried to look at interventions that can then be put in place to ease access into the emerging sectors. So very quickly through the findings, the pathways that we found for people are that, first of all, there's the formal way in which they enter, as I highlighted earlier, through TVET and through universities, although we found that very few of them have a clear path through TVET. A lot of them enter in the sector through the private training, so your short courses. And then we also found that there's a lot of work-based learning taking place through internships and through apprenticeships. So people are then getting that experience on the job. Then also a lot of informal learning. So for the people that we spoke to, they all had different stories, right? So some of them started as security guards, then became general workers, and then through the company received an opportunity, for instance, to become a solar installer. Others, first off the bat from their matric, went into a 5-day training course for solar installation, and that's how they entered. So when you look at these different ways in which people are going into the sector, you find that there's a lot of challenges that they are facing. And when we look at what was missing in these pathways, vertical progression was very hard for them, but this was linked especially to finances and no clear pathways yet for the sectors that are there on how they can move to get more responsibilities, more roles in their jobs. Then there was lack of inclusivity in learning pathways. So this is especially linked to the rural areas. People are not able to get access to a lot of the training that's taking place for these emerging sectors. And then also RPL, recognition of prior learning, was lacking. And in essence, the pathways were missing for a lot of these emerging sectors. So what we then recommended, of course, is strengthening multiple entry-exit learning models, and then the creation of clear pathways for vertical progression, expanding and formalizing RPL, and then improving policy and institutional coordination. Then moving on to the second project, this is a project that we are currently running with the International Labour Organization, ILO, and it's also linked to the GIZ as well. So the project is looking at how we can equip the future labor force, so through upskilling and reskilling initiatives. So through table discussions with the ILO, with GIZ, with PCC, with DHET, we looked at how we can expand the work that's already been done. So there's a lot of work taking place, for instance, in Mpumalanga, in Eastern Cape. So we're trying to look at how can we ensure that the gaps that are already there, with how, for instance, we know there's the coal mines will be closing in Mpumalanga. How do we get these people to reskill and actually move into emerging sectors? So the objective is to improve employment prospects of the South African workforce through the identification and implementation of transition pathways. So in essence, what we're trying to do is to look at the occupations that are in, say, we chose in Mpumalanga and Eastern Cape for this study, because in Mpumalanga, of course, there's a lot of work going on there with the decommissioning, and Eastern Cape because of the transition to electric vehicles that's taking place there. So what we did is to look at the occupations that are being affected by these transitions and trying to map to see how exactly can they move to the emerging sectors. So the sectors of focus was electricity, so your renewables, your coal, transmission, energy efficiency, and then we looked at green hydrogen, electric vehicles, road to rail, and critical minerals. So there's 2 phases to the project. A rapid mapping of the sectors where we're trying to look at different projects that are actually taking place, and then looking at trying to then look at the occupations under those sectors that I mentioned that are at risk, and then how they'll then be able to either be reskilled or upskilled into which sectors. And then the second part is an in-depth analysis of skills implications. And then I should mention that a critical part of this project is that it's going to involve tripartite dialogues. So with government, with employers, and with workers as well, so that we get the voice of everyone that's involved. So what's emerging quickly currently? So we've seen that there's, for the different areas that I mentioned in Mpumalanga, for example, there's work that's taking place around each of them. Although for green hydrogen, these projects are yet to take off the ground, but there are some that are in process. And then when it comes to electric vehicles, there's no manufacturing taking place, for instance, in Mpumalanga, but we have the mines transitioning equipment from your ICE vehicles, your internal combustion engines, to electric vehicles. Then I know this is very small, apologies, but it's just the different occupations that we've come up with and that we want to look at and see which ones are critical amongst these. We've developed a criteria to assess them against, so that we can then say, okay, for instance, these are the 5 top at risk, and then we'll be able to transition them in this way. For Eastern Cape, similar thing. We found a lot of activity, especially under NEVs, but also under the different sectors. although I should highlight that there's no critical minerals currently for the Eastern Cape. And then those are also some of the occupations at risk and in transition. So to close, I just thought we could reflect on these questions, and I think they would also be answered during the panel discussion. So the first one is, how can we design learning pathways that genuinely promote inclusivity and access for all communities, ensuring that marginalized groups have clear, equitable entry points into the green economy? Two, given the evolving skills landscape, what collaborative strategies can we adopt to align education and training programs with unique demands of emerging green roles and technologies? Three, what roles and responsibilities do each of us as industry players, policymakers, and government representatives hold in closing training gaps and advancing structured career development for emerging green occupations? Thank you. Okay. Can you hear me? And now? Great. So I think to start, I'll ask each of our panelists to introduce organizations and the kind of work that you do linked to the theme and linked to the just transition as well. Maybe we can start with Albert.
Thank you, Victoria. My name is Albert Okal, and I work with the International Labour Organization. I'm currently based in the ILO office in Pretoria as a skills and lifelong learning specialist. The ILO is a tripartite body. I believe South Africa being a very tripartite society, you are probably more aware of the ILO, and it is formed by, it's an organization formed by governments, employers organization, and workers organization. The office is just a secretariat. And our mandate is all the issues that affect the world of work, be it skills development, productive employment, social protection, labor standards, labor laws, and so on and so forth. Because just transition is impacting on the world of work, we have considerable interest in this space, and we have done alongside and in collaboration with partners in all member states, a lot of work in terms of knowledge generation, research, developing policy guidance tools, and capacity development through our training programs that we run every year, either through national level engagement with partners or through our International Training Center in Turin. Thank you. I think I'll talk more about this.
Thank you, Albert. Maybe we can move on to Wendy, who's online.
Hi, everybody. I don't know if you can see me, but I can see all of you. It's great to be here. I'm representing, I guess, two organizations on this panel. So the one is the South African National Energy Association, who I think were one of the first organizations to really start looking at energy skills for the energy transition, because we picked it up as a risk in our annual risk report about 6 years ago. And so that's been the work. And then I also am a research associate at WITS, Real. So I've been doing work there and have been involved with a number of the studies that Victoria was outlining. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Saliwe, maybe we can move on to you.
Thank you. We on. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Saliwe Mabaso. I am the head of social performance for EDF Renewables, but today I join as the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Impact for SAWIA. SAWIA is a South African Wind Energy Association, an industry body specifically looking at wind energy participants, or OEMs and IPPs alike. And I guess today on this panel, I sit as the chair of the standing committee. From a skills development point of view, we drive the conversations around ensuring inclusion, understanding what the skills needs are in the space, and ensuring that industry actively participates in designing programs for the future relating to skills development.
Thank you. Then lastly, Sneh, over to you.
Mandla. Okay, I guess it's not. I guess it's, there we go. I guess that becomes quite clear that I'm from the organized labor movement. My name is Usnenhlanhla Sithole, and I'm from the Sam Dambani Research Institute. SATRI is the research arm of the National Union of Mine Workers. And so all our research that we do, has a bearing on, the workers' interests and how best we can represent them in the many issues that labor faces. I think in relation to the topic for today, it was rather quite surprising that we were invited as organized labor to a theme that speaks about accelerating the just transition. And so maybe, Victoria, this is our chance to put a disclaimer out there that in the organized labor movement, we don't believe in using the words accelerating and just transition in the same sentence, simply because we believe that the one, accelerating just transition, is quite counter to then achieving what we intend or perceive as just. We believe in, let's say, enabling, a just transition through various or a myriad of interventions, one of them today being skills interventions. That way we're able to manage the transition, and also we're also able to manage the consequences that might come out of, that transition. So let's do away with acceleration. Let's try to enable this transition through skills research. I think I'll give it back to you for now, Victoria.
Thank you. So I think you can see that we have a diverse panel to take us through this session, and we'll obviously have a fruitful discussion. So jumping right into it, Wendy, maybe we can start with you, and you can shed some light on why we should investigate learning pathways, especially in the context of a just transition.
Thanks, Victoria. I think the work that we did on learning pathways was really quite an eye-opener for me from a number of reasons. I think the first one is there's a real lack of data on actual numbers of people that are in the sector and currently, and also what the predictions are for future. And so there's a lot of uncertainty there, but we don't even have good data on the current information. So trying to understand how we can transition some of the jobs at risk into other occupations as the just energy transition evolves becomes very difficult without having some kind of baseline as to where you could actually put your effort to have the biggest impact. So I think learning pathways are really critical because we have found in our work that not a lot of new occupations are required. So it's going to be important to be able to take the current occupations and reskill and upskill them, as you were saying, that we're looking at into new occupations. And also with an understanding of how easy it is for those people to get into those pathways, that multi-entry, multi-exit model. And through some of the work that we've done, we found that, for example, I heard Hala talking earlier about foundational learning. We found that there's just not a lot of information for school leavers about what the kinds of occupations are, and there's not a lot of bridging from school into education facilities, but also from once you've qualified, bridging into work. And so understanding those learning pathways, what some of those barriers are, including for recognition of prior learning and all of those major issues that can cause barriers to learning pathways, I think is critical to making sure that we are able to transition some of these people or the jobs at risk into new occupations. Thanks.
Thanks, Wendy. And I do agree with you. Looking at the diverse backgrounds that people are coming from, it's very important to create structured pathways that people can enter the sector through and be given equal opportunities in these emerging sectors. So moving on to you, Sneh, what are some of the key research initiatives that SATRI is undertaking to understand occupational shifts?
Okay, thank you, Victoria. So what we've done as SATRI is we've done a mapping of the potential green jobs that may come out of the renewable energy value chains, as well as the critical minerals value chains, right? And so in our report, we then try to identify your upskilling and reskilling that will be needed for workers, as well as the local communities to take advantage of, right? And so whilst we thought this value chain analysis was important through a review of the literature, what we also then, to help us identify where these new jobs will be, we also thought it was very, very important to get sentiments from workers themselves. If they believe that if I reskill you today, do you think you can be employable, for instance, in another sector? Because we thought that it is one thing to identify the types of jobs that will be created and the skills that will be needed, but we could not identify the number of jobs that will be created in these new sectors. However, we can easily identify the numbers that are already existing in the sectors that will be affected, which is in our case, your coal sector and your energy sector, right? So that's where then we picked up a lot of worker apathy when it came to transitioning. And we always use Komati as, a standard example. It showed us how workers were made to leave real, actual jobs for the promise of hypothetical jobs, right? Which 2 years later, even with the relevant skills, are nowhere to be found. So that's our calm. So if we rush or if we accelerate the transition to reskilling and upskilling people without clear industrial strategies or policies in place to guarantee that, the job losses in at-risk sectors will be compensated for in the green sector, then we have done a disservice, to the workers who stand to be impacted. Till today, we have people we still speak about how Komati was a mistake and no one has fixed that mistake. And so do you now realize why the sentiments of acceleration do not quite resonate with us as a trade union? And so we want to at least say, let us try and localize value addition, and then maybe we can acquire the relevant skills that will then allow us to take advantage of the opportunities that then might come out of those sectors. But we don't want a situation, while the work is good and we appreciate it, but we don't want a situation where we are now reskilling and upskilling workers for unemployment in the future. I think for now, I'll leave it here. Victoria, thank you.
Thank you so much, Sneh. And I think you raise an important element in the just transition, which is that a lot of initiatives that we've seen, especially in the past, leave out the people who are actually affected. So you find you implement initiatives without actually speaking to the people that would be working in those areas. So then moving to Seliwe, so SAREM is a key plan that is encouraging localization for renewable energy. What research initiatives are informing the occupations needed to support localization efforts?
Thank you. It's hard to come after Utobe with such a strong statement. It's a mixed response, really. I think beyond research, there's a lot of engagement. A lot of the engagement around a lot of the research around localization happens at OEM, manufacturer, IPP level, but a lot of the impact is really at community level. So from a research point of view, as Sawia, we really try to stay abreast of what is happening in the space by engaging heavily with the likes of the PCC, engaging with the NBI in terms of mapping out the skills. But what we've also done is we've started to engage more robustly with academia, just to understand what is out there already. I think we need to also acknowledge that, you know, there's no value in running another research paper. I think if we were to run our own efforts, you can always skew the research to say what you wanted to say, but to be fair in your assessment, you need to look at what industry and academia has said already, and then try to, you know, prevent some of those challenges. We've also, you know, we also encourage our members to do a lot of stakeholder engagement at community level where we see the most impact. So truly understanding what the challenges are, what the opportunities are, and if we really realistically can say, you know, there are opportunities in localization and what those opportunities look like. So as opposed to going out into the space and saying there's large SMME opportunities, we really want to understand what do the real opportunities look like? Are they jobs? Are they logistics opportunities? Are they buy and sell opportunities? Because we know a lot of these technologies are manufactured outside of South Africa. So it's really trying to understand what are the real tangible opportunities within the space, as opposed to presenting, you know, a very pretty picture upfront.
Thank you so much. I like how you highlight the importance actually of a skills ecosystem and of the different actors and the roles that they play in actually actualizing the plans that we have. So moving on to you, Albert. What are the key research gaps in the current understanding of reskilling and upskilling within the just transition? And how can these gaps be addressed to improve the effectiveness of these programs?
Thank you, Victoria. And I think my colleagues have really highlighted some of the gaps. I don't want to spoil that, but I just want to highlight that in the ILO, we've done two major mapping studies. One was in 2011 and the other one was in 2018. We literally repeated the same study after around 10 years. Just to understand how different countries around the globe are going about skills dimension of just transition. And yet, because different countries are at different stages of development based on their economic dynamics and also capacities, so there are variations. But you still find that the place where we still have more gaps is actually the implementation stage and the methodology that needs to be put in place to make sure that that implementation really responds to the local dynamics, it's tailored to the needs and to the actual happenings on the ground. And I think when it comes to skills development, one of the area where we still have gaps in many countries is the identification and anticipating of skills demand for the current transition taking place, but also for the envisaged future transition. And that's why I'm very happy to hear the voice from the workers that if we are not very careful, then we find that we move with the transition agenda, but then we end up having worker apathy because the anticipation processes or the methodology to collect data was not properly done. And the reason why this gap still exists is in many countries, we still don't have good data documentation of what is actually happening in terms of jobs being created, but also information about occupations change and dynamics. And what does it mean to workers and how would we use that particular information to inform training programs? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Albert. And I think I'll go back to Sneh. You mentioned the research that you've been conducting with the workers. Are you able to highlight some of the key findings that have come out of this research and how they inform these upskilling and reskilling initiatives?
Okay, thank you, Victoria. So, I mean, in the trade union movement, we're not all doom and gloom. We also see the positives. And one of the positives is that there's significant potential for job creation in the renewable energy sector, right? But we also found that these jobs are conditional to where the renewable energy products value addition will take place. And so we saw that the required skills are mainly technical, hence the need for targeted training programs and a workforce development strategy, which we felt would equip workers with the necessary skills in these new emerging roles. So I think we earlier spoke of the role of vocational institutions and training centers. And so we felt that these become very important here. And so we looked just in the renewable energy sector, we found that the key job categories within the renewable energy sector where the green jobs will potentially be created are in manufacturing, in construction and installation, as well as operation and maintenance. And so we then tried to look in these job categories, where can we find, the most just sort of employment criteria here. So we said that in manufacturing, we concluded that manufacturing is the one area that has the potential to give us, your long-term sustainable, decent jobs that we want out of this transition. But again, we have to work towards creating, that industrial base, also bearing in mind that we're operating in a highly competitive space with other global manufacturers already leading in wind and solar. And so some of these skills are patented and people just want to keep their IPs, close to their chests and not share them. And so, but we thought manufacturing is the one place where when we speak of a just transition, decent work, social employment and creation, this is where you'd get the most just elements, so to say. And then when we looked at construction and installation, we saw that they have the potential to produce the most jobs. However, these jobs are only for a particular period of time, right? So that means we also then need to start thinking beyond just, the jobs that are created in construction and installation. When there's many people no longer have jobs after construction and installation of your renewable energy plants, your solar plants, what then is the next plan for them? And that is what, when we speak of just transition, we're not just looking at short-term employment, we're looking at the long-term sustainable gains, right? And then we went to operation and maintenance. I think the keynote speaker mentioned how technology in its very nature is not very labor intensive. It displaces workers, right? So, and we've all seen that once the construction is all done, we no longer need all these many people that I spoke of in construction. So we've also seen how Seriti, for example, it's a coal company. They now call themselves a diversified energy company, which is why we now have Seriti Green. The Seriti coal on the one hand is retrenching about over 1,000 workers, but they are unable to absorb them into Seriti Green, which is your renewable energies. So we don't want to create the illusion that, even if companies diversify, there's employment. If there's employment on this side, they'll be useful on the other side. So the same way, we also felt that there's potential for job creation in critical minerals, in exploration, geology, processing and refining, but I won't delve too much into that. And what I then just wanted to say is that still at the end of the day, a significant number of workers are not confident that with reskilling and upskilling, they can be re-employed elsewhere. The exception of the workers that felt they could be re-employed elsewhere are workers with already high technical skills. There's mainly your engineers who are working in the energy space. So the apathy is very much there because even though we say there are opportunities in the transition, for us as the labor movement, it is very unclear at this point where those opportunities are. I know we spoke of hemp earlier. Within, I'm sorry to take your time. Then it means we started to do, you know, a comparison of the salaries or, you know, the livelihood that one derives from coal, and now you're proposing hemp. You know, it's a bit unequal. And again, we come back to this idea of discussing a just transition, and a just transition says we want more out of that. So we want sort of your like for like salaries or your like for like livelihood. And so those are things I believe that we have to grapple with as we transition. The opportunities might be there, but we don't know where exactly they are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was actually very insightful. If I could just ask a quick follow-up question on that. Have you gotten any insights from the workers who would be affected or who are affected on which sectors they would likely like to transition into?
I think there was just an apathy, first of all, in workers feeling that once they lose their jobs, they don't see where else they could go to. But workers who are, for instance, in energy, thought that they could go into the renewable energy space, because I think beyond just wind and energy, you also have, there's potential in the battery side. And then there were a whole lot of other roles that came up under manufacturing. And there were also, I think we spoke of care work as well, that comes out of the transition, to say, what are the other aspects of the transition that we can then look into beyond just producing or being co-workers. But we still are unable to really pinpoint them. Also because of the huge numbers in the coal sector. I think at the moment we have over 90,000 workers employed in the coal sector. We can't all have them going into hemp. We can't have all of them being citrus farmers. As the employment strategy, I think the PCC put out an employment strategy suggests. So we need to be more realistic as well about the roles they come into. But just in conclusion, the opportunities are there. They're not there for everyone. And so we need to go back and see where we can find more opportunities for a transition that leaves no one behind.
Okay, thank you so much. Then Wendy, maybe quickly, you can just come in and tell us your views on how we can effectively implement learning pathways at intermediate level that create a better flow within education and training and work.
Thanks, Victoria. So I think we can't just look at one sector, as was just mentioned. We have to look at broader sectoral options for transitions of work. But I think we also need to look at the system. I think Crispin mentioned it right at the beginning, and Hala also mentioned it. When we did the learning pathways work, we found that if you don't look right from basic education right through until moving from intermediate levels to senior levels and those potential pathways along, you often miss some of the barriers that you have for pathways. So for example, I mentioned the bridging into work. There's also issues around, for example, mentoring people once they get into the workplace to allow them to then move along a certain pathway. And that's really lacking. There's also financial considerations about reskilling and upskilling. Are they available to people? In what form are they available? Do people know about them? And so I think taking this systemic approach is really important. Otherwise, we will leave some people behind. It also makes sure that we don't just look at people in the energy sector themselves, but as was just mentioned, people in the community. So what are you doing about them, and how do we make sure that some of them are also able to transition? And what we've also found, which I think is interesting, is that we have to be flexible because of the uncertainty. So are we able to give people multiple learning pathway options so that if a job in the renewable energy sector is only temporary, that they have sufficient skills to be able to go to another sector and perhaps work there instead of in the energy sector. And that means looking carefully not only at qualifications, but also on how we are upskilling people and not making them do multiple courses over and over, which is, I keep saying, if you look at, we had the presentation from Germany about they only have a couple of hundred occupations, whereas we have 9,000. So we have to, I think, go all the way back and look at how we are educating people, what the curricula are, and are we setting them up to be able to move into different learning opportunities and pathways as their careers progress. And one of the things I think we also understood quite clearly was there's the theoretical side about what works, but when you actually talk to the people on the ground and understand their stories, they are very different to our theory about what a learning pathway looks like. And, you can progress from this to this to that. Some of them go backwards, some of them go to another sector and come back. Some of them have to go backwards in order to be able to go forward. So in other words, we have to make sure that the learning pathways are flexible and allow this kind of movement, but in the same time, don't constrain people and allow them to, get stuck, but progress them through by practical interventions along the way as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wendy. I think you raised the complexity actually of learning pathways and how there's different people that we need to consider, and obviously coming from different backgrounds. So maybe, Albert, you can tell us, how can reskilling and upskilling strategies be integrated into broader policies? And how do we bring stakeholders on the journey to ensure coherence and maximize their impact on economic equity, and job creation?
Thank you. I think, so one way through which we can integrate effectively reskilling and upskilling programs is by, for example, in the context of just transition, is by considering the proposal that was given by the professor during our keynote presentation on looking at the education system, not just focusing on the additional skills that people need because of some identified job, but looking at the entire training ecosystem. And for that, for the ILO and other partners, we've worked on what we call greening TVET. What it means is that looking at a training ecosystem in its totality, from the curricula, the occupational standards, assessment, quality assurance mechanism, capacity development of teachers, and so on and so forth. And I think if we do that, then we will be integrating this into the system that can help provide a better impact. Then the second thing is on coherence. As we can see here, we have people from different sides and occupations. We have labor union, we have employers, we have training institutions. We have issues of employment being coming out. But the issue is is the policy frameworks that we are working on really coherent and complementary in terms of their synergies. When we talk of skills strategy, for example, in South Africa, to what extent is it integrating reskilling and upskilling, not only in the just transition space, but also in all other spaces where changes are taking place? Then how do we do that? For us, ILO, one thing that we believe is if all of this is done through social dialogue, an institutionalized mechanism that is put in place at all different levels, be they at community level, be they at national level or at provincial level, that brings people together in a systematic manner and collect the views of all stakeholders in this space and integrating these views into the plans and programs that we have. And that also includes in reskilling and upskilling. And I like the question you asked about whether the workers have ideas of where they think or what kind of reskilling or upskilling needs to take place. And I think one of the elements that is coming out is that even when we discuss about just transition from sustainability point of view, the transition might actually not lead to an environmental sustainable sector. It might actually go to another sector. But the issue is, are we helping people through reskilling or upskilling to make that particular transition? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Albert. And apologies in advance to all of you because I'm going to steal a few minutes from your tea break. So Seliwe, maybe very quickly before we open up to the floor for questions, if you can just tell us in 1 minute your views on how we can build robust demand-led skills interventions.
1 minute.
1 minute.
Thank you. I think the reality of any form of industrialization is that, it's a cart pulling the horse situation more often than not. We've got an opportunity in this transition to learn from other sectors. I mean, if we look at manufacturing and the impact that it had in those communities, we look at the Eastern Cape and how much forced migration happened due to those plants being set up there. And it tells us then that to Sneha's earlier point, in renewables, the skills are around where the asset is, right? We've got so many resources available to us now. We've got the SAREM, we've got the IPPO's red zones, and many other forms of documentation and research that map out where these opportunities will be. We've got a chance now to build the skills ahead of the asset. That's one. But it's also an aspect of looking beyond the technology and highly technical skills. So one of a large part of the conversation on the just energy transitions have looked at technical skills, looking at specialized engineering type jobs. But what about jobs like mine, right? So one of the biggest contributors from the just energy transition or any mega infrastructure project are roles like mine, stakeholder management, social impact work, and many other. And we haven't had conversations about that where we look at non-specialized but still scarce skills that form, with industrialization. Beyond the specialized skills within the transition, we also need to look at the skills that we've neglected in those communities. So as we go into more rural, underdeveloped areas, what are the skills that give, better salaries and livelihoods beyond general work, which is what many of these communities are targeting as they see infrastructure coming in. So what are the semi-skilled and more scarce roles that are there that might not be energy specific? I think my favorite example in that instance is sheep shearers in the Eastern Cape. We had no awareness that we were importing that kind of skill into South Africa. So to demand-led skills doesn't necessarily have to speak to energy, but it needs to speak to the activities of the economy of the communities that we are going to work in.
Thank you so much. We almost got it in 1 minute. We'll open quickly to the floor for any 3 quick questions that we may have. Yes, over there.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dinzwalo, and thank you very much for the insightful information you shared. So I have an initial remark, which is in most cases, when you speak about workers and potential job losses, they often cite direct workers, for example, coal mine workers and workers at coal-fired power plants and so on. However, there are also workers who are normally referred to as people who have indirect jobs because of those people who are directly employed by those sectors, but also induced jobs that come as a result of the money and spending power that people who are directly employed by those sectors actually get to create employment by spending the money. So it's very important for research to also take that into account, because if you take indirect and induced jobs into account, you actually realize the potential job losses are actually quite high. Another question I have, which is for you, Sinenhlanhla. I know today we're speaking about just transition, but in parallel to that, the realities in South Africa, a lot of the coal-fired power plant fleets are aging, right? And they're anticipated to shut down and be decommissioned. So are you doing any research about potential job losses as a result of coal-fired power plants actually shutting down and being decommissioned, and where those workers would likely end up or can potentially end up, and what kind of skilling initiatives you can support those workers with? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have 2 more questions before the panel can respond?
Hi, yes. Good morning. My name is Mustaq Ali, and I come from the Minerals Council, South Africa. Just one question that I had, and we heard earlier on Crispian talk about there's enough money in the system. Fully agreed. We also heard earlier on about SIPs and the 18 and then 19 strategic integrated projects. So my dilemma is this: you've got enough investment when it comes to skilling, but have we really done some research to understand what is preventing, once we've skilled, the actual employment of those individuals? By way of example, we would need infrastructure investment, whether it be in terms of having wind power installed. And without infrastructure investment, that's not going to be possible. We speak about manufacturing and mobilizing manufacturing for the production of batteries, solar panels, and everything else. But do we have investment in terms of that aspect as well, in terms of how do you mobilize the actual operations of manufacturing? So I guess my question to the researchers were, when you looked at the skills that you need to transition, did you at the same stage start looking at what are the other vehicles that you need to mobilize to make that a reality? Thanks.
Thank you so much. We have one more hand there. Sorry, please switch on your mic.
Sorry. My name is Kelo Kubu. My question is to any of the researchers. So South Africa is not the first country to transition from coal. There are a lot of countries that have done this before. The question is, what lessons have you learned from those countries, specifically in where are the new jobs? Because in renewables, not everybody who's working in the coal sector is going to be employed in the renewable energy space. Where did the bulk of the workers go from other countries, specifically, I guess, in the Northern Hemisphere? Thank you.
Okay. So people couldn't hear the last question. Basically, she's saying South Africa is not the first country to transition away from coal. Are there examples from other countries on how that transition took place and where the workers went to? So I don't know who wants to go first from the panel.
Okay, I'll go first. I think one of the first questions was directed to me. So I think to answer your question, Tinswalo, that's right. We have this strategy now in place, but not with everyone, where we bring together employers to say, if you know that you'll be shutting down or you'll be decommissioning, whatever the case is, ensure that you have a just transition plan where you're not telling workers 3 weeks, 2 weeks, or a month before decommissioning that this is the case. So if you tell workers that, look, in 6 months, in 18 months, in 3 years, we're shutting down, then it allows you to then also have a plan that allows you to have phased out retrenchments if that needs be, but also to say, let us now see where else we can equip you with the necessary skills so that you don't become, obsolete, and you can actually transition into other sectors. And then it also helps to identify as well other pathways in which people can be skilled into, so that their whole lifespan is not, centered around the coal sector. But also in terms of shutting down and decommissioning, we've also learned that, in August, we're supposed to shut down or decommission Camden, and, that was extended. So I think if we can have those extensions, number one, and then that's where we put in the clear just transition plans to say, now let's start with the planning, because unfortunately, as organized labor, we also acknowledge that workers will definitely be impacted. We can't always be reactive, to the challenges that the transition puts on us. We need to start being proactive as well about what some of the solutions are to that. And I hope I tried to somehow. And so I think also companies can then bring in the government, right? To say, government, these are the plans we have for our people. How do you then play an enabling role to ensure that we have somewhat of a just transition for everyone? Because what Eskom did in Komati to say, let's just take our workers and we'll put them into another Eskom power station. The rate at which you want to accelerate decommissioning in the country, at some point, even that will not be feasible for Eskom to keep just shifting their workers. So we need more clear, coherent plans to ensure that, we achieve somewhat of a just energy transition. And then what are some of the other lessons that we've learned from countries that have decommissioned? I think number one is that they've had all the time in the world, or maybe not all, but they have been able to sit down, they have been able to plan. Number two, they have the kinds of economies that are able to, to carry the social costs of transitioning. So they were able to put in adequate social protection measures in place, which we at this moment are failing. Because of the strong economies, they were able to have things like early retirement packages for some of their workers who are transitioning, which is something we are struggling with as an economy. Also, we are now being told that we need to transition in 5 years, 2023 to 2027. And so we haven't had, the pleasure of time that these other economies have had. And also the impacts have not been as hard hitting because the socioeconomic ills have not been the same. But what you see also in South Africa, what I'm not particularly fond of is that you now have the just transition being used almost a mechanism to solve all the other socioeconomic ills that exist in the economy, instead of focusing on those who will be the hardest hit, which are your workers and your local communities. But even in those local communities, there should have been safeguards in place to say for the socioeconomic ills, we should be able to do 1, 2, 3 as a government. But it seems everything is now just being put on this concept of a just transition to achieve that. And I hope I tried my best to answer you.
Thank you so much for that comprehensive answer. So I don't know who would want to take the second question, which hasn't yet been answered, on investing in how to mobilize to actually get these sectors to work and so on. Between you, Albert and Seliwe, I don't know who would want to take it. Maybe Albert.
I mean, I might not be able to specifically respond to that, but I think what I can say is that, and I think all of us know it in this room, that, reskilling and upskilling alone by themselves will not create jobs. There are other policy measures that needs to be taken, especially on the demand side, to make sure that those jobs actually are created. We heard earlier on that sometimes the project, and even the other day when we were in another meeting with NBI, sometimes the projects, the anticipated projects, the transition initiatives that are being anticipated either delay or they don't take off at all. And therefore, even the number of jobs that had been planned to be created are not happening. That is one. But the other thing that I also wanted to comment on is this concept of reskilling and upskilling. I think one refers to helping a worker to improve what they are doing. I mean, they do it in a new way, in a better way. Then the other one is, this is reskilling, is about training a worker to assume new roles. So if calls, as an example, are shutting down, and someone was working as a coal miner, and coal mining is shutting down, then they have to be reskilled to take new roles. Those new roles might be within the jet sector, or they might also be outside the jet sector. But at least what we are saying is that there should be a support mechanism that will allow this individual to acquire these new skills so that they can take up new roles. So I think, so there's the mismatch between, there might be a mismatch between the training aspect of this discussion vis-a-vis the number of jobs that are actually, applying, but then they require different policy interventions and mechanisms. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Albert. I'm told we have 2 questions online. I'm not sure who will read them out for us.
We actually have 2 hands online. The first is Dana Gampo, and the second one is Guguletu Mahlang. Dana, you can go first.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. The first is a comment and the second is a question. I'm hugely appreciative to SNE, who has indicated how we should be constructing messaging around the just energy transition. And I think it's very useful to hear from folks on the ground and researchers on the ground as to better ways in which we can craft messages. So much appreciation for that. And tacking on to that, I think it's very important with regards to Kamati that, you know, we understand that something like a decommissioning at Kamati has never been done before, neither here nor internationally, trying to achieve the particular objectives that we want to achieve at Kamati. And so I would like to also, in the spirit of sharing about messaging, propose that we don't refer to Kamati as a mistake. I don't think that's useful. I think we are learning. There are many lessons, as colleagues have indicated, that we can learn from Kamati. And as SNE has indicated, we are indeed applying some of those lessons, as you've indicated, to some of the other sites. So I'm very appreciative that we're having a conversation also about appropriate ways in which we package the messaging and make it appropriate for everybody involved. My question is to Wendy. Hello, Wendy. And it's on the pathways research work. I was very interested to hear you infer about tacit skills and applied skills and how they can be utilized in other sectors. When we start looking at how tacit skills and applied skills combine, you start getting extraordinary innovations that emerge. And we've seen that in a variety of areas in the South African skills landscape, both previously and currently. I was interested whether innovation as an area and criteria is something that the research looks to suggest and support, and find ways in which some of these innovations can also be supported from a financial perspective, so that we can test them in a way and then localize some of those innovations and leverage the local IP. My last comment is to the colleague from the Minerals Council who was asking about what's preventing labor absorption. We are looking at a study in that regard, and very happy to chat either online or offline for any further work or ways in which you'd like to participate. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dana. Guguletu, if you could quickly just ask your question.
Yes, thank you so much to the panelists. I really enjoy these sessions because it's all coming together for us to really understand just transition. I will always advocate for agriculture because I'm a farmer. My question is, I'm a green entrepreneur, right? And I would like to know, to what extent are we as green entrepreneurs responsible for not only providing skills, but also facilitating job placements and ensuring long-term job capacities for these individuals? I'm asking this because a lot of green entrepreneurs are trying to get funding to grow, and we are realizing that we cannot speak about, for instance, aquaponics without people knowing what aquaponics is. So we are taking that additional role of training. So what advice or support structures exist to help green entrepreneurs build this employment capacity, especially those in Witbank, you know, who are trying to skill people and upskill? Who should we rely on ideally to support the transition from skill development to sustainable job creation? Thank you so much, and wonderful webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Gugu. Wendy, if you could please answer the first question, and then I'm not sure on the second one. what support structures exist for entrepreneurs? Okay.
You want me to go?
Okay, please, Wendy, go ahead.
Yes, I think the two questions are actually linked, because I think part of what Donna was saying is that we need to be innovative. We need a different mindset, because we're actually diversifying our economy, and we are going into sectors, and there are opportunities way outside the energy sector. So it goes back to looking at that systems approach. So, I mean, absolutely, innovation is critical. And then that links to, so when we do have innovations, how are we supporting those entrepreneurs in getting going on the ground? And from my perspective, I think there's not enough support there. There is support for SMMEs, for example, but I'm not sure it's allowing for that innovation side in new technologies and localization of those technologies, or localization of parts of the value chain of those technologies in South Africa. I'm not sure that that is happening sufficiently. And also, as I mentioned earlier, we need innovation about how do we help them navigate the ups and downs of the market, as people want solar panels today because there's load shedding, and then tomorrow they don't want them, but maybe they need energy efficiency, or maybe they need batteries. So how do we enable those entrepreneurs to be resilient and sustainable over time? And I think that is one of the pieces of the puzzle that's really missing, and is an essential part of the entrepreneurial learning pathways. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Saliwe, you wanted to say something?
Just wanted to add to what Wendy's saying. I think the beauty of discussions like this is also noting where there are areas to improve. A lot of the SMME support has truly been generic from a sector point of view. We haven't really had any intentional interventions to look at things like manufacturing or any of the innovations. We do work very closely with the Innovation Hub and the CSIR, just in terms of SMME support in that space. And we're also trying to partner with existing sector government bodies like CEDA, CIFA, TTIC, to understand what the needs are in that space. So always an opportunity to learn, always open to discussions on how to better support SMME.
Okay, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we're out of time, and I think I've stolen a lot of minutes from your tea break. But you can ask the panelists questions during the tea break and during lunch. So I'd just like to say thank you to the panelists for such an insightful discussion. I think you've raised a lot of points that I think even as a group we can think about after today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, panel. Thank you very much to our moderator. We got off to a really good start. I hope we can continue in this fashion moving forward. Okay, we are going to take a quick tea break. Let me see. 15 minutes. Can I have you all back at 11:15? Enjoy your tea.
two, 1, 2. But 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Two. So yeah, it's better when you speak about this and that. Two. So when you speak. What, 1, 2? One, two. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. I will tell you when it's right. Coming. 1, 2. Good. So, yeah, bon. I won't comment so when I say so I must able from here please have a bit of sound. So when you speak about, you see, I was correct. A little bit up. Yeah. So when we speak about thing, oh, there's an interview. Hello. So when you speak,
Okay. And the presentation, so I'm gonna put them on the website after this session, and so they'll be all available. So. Completely understand. I can. Climate commission. It's gotten grabbed out or something. Let me just put my number, it's fine. And then we can talk. Level. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. If we can get settled down, back to our seats, we're ready to start with the next session. Welcome back. Please get seated. We're ready to start with the next session, please. Thank you very much. You'll have a longer lunch break and you'll get a chance to network and speak to all the people that are critical to your work. So we'll have that opportunity a little later on. Okay, colleagues, we're not doing too well, but we're also not doing too badly for time. So we're somewhere in the middle. Okay, so I'm going to move over to the next panel discussion. And in this panel, we'll be looking at the JET Skills institutional structure. So our moderator for this session is Rasigan Maharaj from the People's University, TUT. He'll be moderating this session. I understand that there are two presenters for this session, so both getting 10 minutes each, and we need to stick to that 10 minutes. So the first input will be coming from Jared Moodley from the PMU, and then the second will come from Dr. Presha Ramsurap from the Wits Real. And as they get ready to come up, I'm also going to invite the panelists that will be talking to today's panel discussion. So the first is Gugu McLaren Ushewogunze. Got it right, thank you, from the NBI, as well as Tanya van Meerlis from COSATU, and Jared will also be coming back as a panel member from the PMU. So let's give them a round of applause as they come up on stage.
Good morning. So Lebo, you need to save some time. So I'll do my best. Now, morning, everyone. My name is Jared Moodley from the JET PMU. If people don't know, perfect. That's JET is, I'm sure you know, Just Energy Transition. PMU is Projects Management Unit. Just want to confirm, is the presentation being flighted? All good. Okay, great. So I thought when I prepared for this event, I'd really focus in on 2 points. The first point is the institutional architecture that we've developed for the skills portfolio, but across the various JET portfolios, which is something I'll get into just now. I thought it's also a great opportunity to explain, or to try and explain, the difference between the PCC and the PMU. But I'll do my best. I've tried before and I haven't been very successful. So let's see if I'm getting better. So the JET investment plan is, I think, where we should start. I think having that background and context is going to be really critical in terms of facilitating the engagement that we're going to have with the panel just now, and also in terms of networking later and taking on a few questions. So the JET investment plan was published in 2022. It followed the lodging of South Africa's NDC targets the year before. And by doing that, we set the country on a trajectory in terms of carbon emissions reductions. So I think for me, what the investment plan really captured really well was the focus that we needed to apply to priority sectors. And one of the priority sectors was electricity. I think many people understand that in terms of our carbon emission reduction target, the biggest opportunity to achieve that is with a successful transition of the electricity sector. But it also created focus on the need to look at the new energy vehicle sector and you may have seen recent messaging from government on the importance of that, and the opportunity with green hydrogen. We have strategic advantages in that sector, and it's going to be really important for us to focus on taking the necessary steps for us to extract the benefits that come with those strategic advantages. Also importantly, it pointed out cross-cutting sectors. The one cross-cutting sector was municipalities, and more relevant for today's session, the other cross-cutting sector was skills development. Now, a lot has been made, and I know we often get a lot of questions in the PMU around the financial pledge that came following the lodgement of the NDC target, commonly referred to as the $8.5 billion. That's now grown to closer to $12 billion. But I really want to point out that the investment plan sets out a far greater investment budget that needs to be mobilized. And when we refer to mobilizing this 1.5 trillion rands, we recognize the fact that we need to be engaging with a variety of funding sources, which includes offshore or international funding, local funding, and then importantly, funding from the public sector, the private sector, and we think there's going to be a really important role for philanthropies as well. Now, after the release of the investment plan, we did receive a lot of public input. And I think very importantly, one of the key points that was highlighted was, yes, we did refer to the importance of skills. We did refer to the importance of the just transition in the investment plan, but we need to provide greater details on that. And I'll bring that up again when we refer to the implementation plan just now. Just a quick personal story. When the investment plan was released, I was still at FirstRand. And when I engaged with the plan, my immediate response was, this is a very, very impressive plan. How do you go about implementing it? So it was a question that actually took me to joining the JET-PMU a year later. And one of the first deliverables that we worked on was the preparation of the JET implementation plan. Now, I know it sounds like it's another plan, but if we consider the public input that we received after the investment plan, it was a really important plan to develop because it provides a roadmap, not just towards our decarbonization targets, but importantly to embedding just outcomes in achieving those targets as well. The approach that we took was we took a portfolio approach. So you'd see we've transitioned from a focus on sectors to portfolios. And I think that brings a number of benefits with that. So that includes and embedding the principles of a just transition within these portfolios. That requires an approach of multi-stakeholder collaboration, ensuring that we bring along all the relevant stakeholders, whether it be labor, whether it be business, whether it be civil society. That's going to be critical if we are going to achieve the outcomes with a set of just transition principles in mind. Maybe just before I leave the slide to comment on the fact that we are operating in a very dynamic environment. So we've also included the fact that we will be bringing in future portfolios, which includes energy efficiency. Reference was made earlier to the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan, or SARM, and then Road to Rail as well. In terms of enabling this work, there needs to be a focus on funding, stakeholder engagement, and then monitoring, evaluation, and learning. So I think the slide is very important. The JET implementation plan is a state plan. So it needs to be very clear to everyone around the role, the critical role that the state plays, and the leadership that the state plays in terms of taking forward this work. So if we look at the governance structure that we operate within, The PMU, or Projects Management Unit, sits within the PMO in the presidency. And then because the work that we do is around addressing and supporting departments with the capacity needs that they have, it's very important for us to then have an intergovernmental steering committee that allows us to work very closely with our partner departments. And from a political leadership point of view, the JET Interministerial Committee is critical. To the extent required, certain recommendations go to Cabinet for approval. The JET implementation plan in itself is a good example of that, as it was approved at Cabinet in November last year. Maybe more importantly, for purposes of this discussion, as we go into each portfolio, we apply a consistent approach to architectural design. And it starts with having a lead institution. The lead institution plays a very important secretariat role, and that is augmented and complemented by either a council or a forum, a committee, but ultimately a multi-stakeholder forum where we bring together the relevant people with experience and expertise, where we create a space for coordination, collaboration, and the sharing of best practice. And with that proactive approach to the work across the portfolios will then feed into the work streams. This will become a little bit clearer now in the context of skills. But I think important for me to say that if you look at any of the JET portfolios, whether it be skills, whether it be Mpumalanga, municipalities, etc., you will see a very similar architectural design, which is very important for us from a consistency point of view. So if we apply that to skills, I thought setting out this roadmap was going to be really important in terms of highlighting the progress we've made to date, but then the important steps that are coming next as well. So firstly, I mentioned the fact that in November 23, the JET implementation plan was approved by Cabinet. I thought I would flag, I can see Shamila sitting here in front of me, but I thought I would flag the fact that the NBI then launched a very important program for them and for the private sector, I think, being the Just Energy Transitions Skills for Employment program in April this year. And the reason why I wanted to flag it was I think it's really important to recognize the fact that it's going to take a collective contribution from not just the public sector, but from private sector and other sectors to achieve the objectives that we've set out in this portfolio. Going forward a bit and coming to sort of closer to where we are today, very importantly, the finalization of the fact that the JET Skills Desk, as the lead institution, will be housed in DHET, the Department of Higher Education and Training. I think that's really important. It really empowers that institution, and it really sets the right tone in terms of that government ownership and leadership that I spoke about earlier on. The next big step will be the formation of that multi-stakeholder forum for collaboration and coordination, and that's going to come via the National JET Skills Advisory Forum to be established in the Human Resources Development Council. And then I think there'll be a lot of information provided by Pressure just now on the skills development zone. The skills development zones really, go back to those work streams that I referred to previously. And it's, I think, where the real opportunity is going to be around leveraging on the skills that we have. I mean, I think we're fortunate enough that many people in this room have practiced in the skills environment for certainly longer than I have. So this is going to be where we get to leverage those skills, but promote coordination, promote collaboration, promote that point around sharing of best practice, and very importantly, consider the various perspectives and views that come out of the multi-stakeholder forums that will be set up. Finance will be important. I'm not going to say that finance is the most important part of this portfolio, but I think access to finance for various interventions will continue to be a focus area. I thought I'd take the opportunity to flag that the PMU have developed a tool to improve access to grant finance for the various portfolios across the JET implementation plan. That comes with the JET funding platform, which we launched last week and which is available from the 1st of November. It is a matchmaking tool, so ultimately it matches projects to potential grant funders, thereby creating a direct relationship between those two institutions. And we think by adopting this approach of creating that direct relationship, we create a much more efficient and effective way of raising finance going forward as well. In the context of skills, beyond just finance, I think the funding platform will play a very important role in terms of coordination. My sense, and I hope I'm right, is that we will see many projects coming through the funding platform from a skills point of view. And that gives us the opportunity as the PMU to work closely with the lead institution, being the JET Skills Desk, looking at these projects coming in and understanding where potential projects can complement each other, where there's potential duplication, and in the process, we improve coordination across the portfolio as well. So I'll pause here. I know there's a lot of focus on the actual skills development zones, and I'll hand over to Presha, and I look forward to engaging more. Thank you.
Sorry, it's the same slide deck. Okay, so hi everyone, my name is Presha and I am from Wits University. So we've been working a lot with colleagues in the PMU as well as the PCC to try to understand skills needs. A lot of skills work is produced at aggregate level. So there are aggregate predictions of what, and we, multiple people, myself included, have tried to plot over the years the problems with this kind of demand planning. So this kind of, let's call it a top-down approach for the lack of a better word, where we kind of look at the broad economy, we look at sectors and we look at companies, is the traditional way skills sectors, where skills demand work happened, okay? But when we centralize the notion of just, and when we try to ask, how do we actually look at transformative learning? And how do we actually look at transformative approaches to push the skill system where it hasn't gone? So this, because we know the skilling we need is not just about skilling for jobs. There's a much broader transformative mandate, okay? And we started to play with the questions of what kinds of skills planning methodologies, what types of models, and what becomes the units of analysis then. And that was why we were trying to look at a different way. Is there a bottom-up way to look at it? Is there a way to kind of think about, skills planning? And we took a lot of this work during the writing of Chapter 9, the skills chapter that Jared introduced, working with Baba and Jared and his colleagues in the PMU. We actually tried to document and some of the issues with this very broad aggregate level demand planning that actually misses the geospatial. And over 10 years of research has shown us that green skills are very contextualized. And that's why they have to be studied in context. Okay, they emerge in geospatial contexts, they emerge with groups of people. So the kinds of ways we study them, we needed to shift. And in conversations around planning, skilling for the JET, in the JET implementation plan, we were really looking for how can we look at co-learning? How can we look at co-engaged processes and new forms of skills development? And that's why there's a lot of focus with the focus on technology, and Hala pushed it. There's a lot of technology focus. There's a technology bias in the way skilling is approached within the JET. And we wanted to really look at it in a different way. And to really draw together communities, local learning institutions, youth organizations. And if you look at the plan, you'll be able to see some of what we're saying. And this slide will tell you some of how can the educational institutions actually work together? There's so much attention on TVET colleges, okay, who are already overburdened, but there's very little link between TVET colleges and community colleges. Students that have dropped out of school, their point of entry is a community college. There's almost no attention happening with community colleges. So how do we link community colleges to TVET colleges? What are the pathways then that we are creating? Where are the barriers in it? And how can those educational institutions work together with local business? Okay. And then, of course, coming back, and that's what to the architecture Jared presented, how can the learnings from these 3 skills development zones that we're envisaging then be surfaced into the advisory forum and the skills desk? And then, of course, bring the work that's happening there. So these 3 skills development zones were conceptualized with this idea within the skills chapter of the JET IP. And if you want to read more about them, I'm right, it's chapter 9, huh? It's chapter 9. I forget. And I think that I've given you some kind of an idea. So catalyze, to innovate, but to also actually look at local needs, to resource these skills. So there's a lot that still has to happen. We have to work out who are these anchor institutions. I personally, one of the people that really pushed against the idea of just creating centers of specialization, because they become so focused on the technology, they actually lose the focus of the communities that they're within. So we want, and yes, centers of specialization are important, but if they're going to be an anchor institution, how do they work with other educational institutions? How are they working with local businesses, with local community colleges, with youth organizations, so that we approach this not as developing a center of specialization, but rather developing a local learning network that can support skills development and bring together the various kinds of actors. And I just want to tell you that we've been doing a lot of work. When I say we've been working with multiple people that are in the room. We've worked with 4 cases with NBI last year and another 4 this year. We're also working with trying to understand the dynamics of place-based learning and what does that actually mean, okay? And yes, it's grounded, reiterative, and many of the things that, but I think it's also really important to say that when we're talking about place-based learning, we're not really talking only about the geolocality of the place, okay? We're talking about an approach to learning. We're talking about who is involved, who's included and who's excluded, okay? What type of knowledge is dominant and what kind of knowledges are silent, okay? So it's bringing those kinds of things into the learning discourse of a locality. And those were the ideas that we wanted to centralize in the SDZ concept, okay? And we wanted these SDZs. People are always asking, but don't we have SEZs all over the country? I'm like, these are not SEZs. Unfortunately, the term SDZ, I'm not exactly sure where it originated from, but I think it was in the investment plan and it kind of got carried into the implementation plan. So we had to stick with it. But just to place that on the table, that it's very different from setting up new SEZs. It's not the same idea. And yes, the role of SEZs in setting up a local network could be. So what we're saying is, can we shift the questions that we're asking at local levels? Can we shift the knowledges that we are working with at local levels? Can we look at how the partners and communities at local levels are engaged in co-learning processes? And that is what's going to give us the foundation of how we're conceptualizing the SDZs. So together with colleagues in the PMU and other colleagues, we're starting we've been doing some startup work on trying to conceptualize what the SDZs in Mpumalanga. So we've been mapping the initiatives that are on the go in Mpumalanga, and you can see that our team has mapped 92 initiatives, okay, that are on the go in Mpumalanga, and that's for another day. And we're trying to say, who are these players in each of the circles of learning? How can the different circles of learning come together? Okay, who are the education providers? Where are the links between education providers and business? And we're working, Rhodes University, you met Halo this morning, and there's a, who also has been working with us to conceptualize what the SDZ in the Eastern Cape could potentially look like, focused around electric vehicles. Okay, so to look at who are the, okay, forget about the facilitating verticalities and the collaborative horizontalities. That's just the little bit of academic in us. Okay, because we had to present, I mean, put it between with a kind of theoretical framework, but it is about how we're connecting the local structures to vertical structures, and where are the levers that connect. Because what change that happens at local level, it's very easy to interpret place-based learning as only the area and everything that's there. But everything that happens in a local area has strong influence from vertical structures, and the links between this, which is what we're trying to unpack in this SDZ kind of concept. So I hope I've given you some quick ideas of the conceptualization of SDZs within the JET PMU, and the important role for every one of us in the formation and implementation of SDZs. And I think Jared also made this point. That's where the real important work happens, the coming together of business, the coming together of educational institutions, NGOs, labor. Those are going to be the sites, kind of the you know, the sites of really deep activity. So I'm going to leave it there. And thank you very much.
Very much, Jared and Pesha. Yeah. I think, as you saw me fumble as well, gives you a sense of why we actually sat here. Having an instrument without the batteries inside it that actually work is not that useful. But at the same time, we're in a closed venue, and I'm sure all of you can hear my voice. So there's a level of connectivity that we can still achieve, notwithstanding the things that stand in our way. While we do that as well, there are very important points raised. I don't think it's my place as a moderator to summarize it. You've had presented a very good contextualization of the institutional frameworks. We now know the investment plan, implementation plan, roadmap. These are the issues that have been raised with us and how they link with other plans that are also. I'm really quite grateful to Pressure as well. And if you don't mind, I don't think we need to apologize for using terms that academia also uses. Yeah. But it's very important that we open that discourse. It should not remain closed and exclude others. So raising those points, ranging across from skills demand planning to what the practical challenges of the specific economic zones are, does offer us a lot to consider. We're going to, for the rest of this session, which takes us until 12:20, we're going to first afford our colleagues on the panel itself an opportunity to comment on what we've just heard in a few minutes. And it's extremely good as well that we have represented here. I mean, I heard this as Pressure was leaving the stage. And I want to relate it back to what Jared had introduced. We also have a relationship between the state, capital, and labor. And this also gives us a sense of how the panelists are structured themselves. So we're going to first hear from Guru McLaren from the National Business Initiative. I'm assuming you will represent the views of capital very well. We'll follow that with Tanya van Meerlis, from the Congress of South African Trade Unions. And then, Jared, that leaves you in the position, having left the private sector, joined a government intervention to speak on behalf of the state. I'm teasing, but I hope we get those views coming across as well. And hopefully the experiences that people have had. I also want that we all take note. We're having a budget announced that's taking place at the same time. And these have important implications for all that we are saying. This is not just about trillions on other people's plans. We need to interrogate as well how we constitute our own budget and what we are actually spending on. So on that note, let's turn across to business and Google.
Thank you so much. And being described as representing capital, we'll see how that goes. But maybe just as a starting point to share who the MBI is. We're a voluntary membership organization. We have up to 100 member companies that are part of us. And what's fortunate for us is that our member companies are committed to addressing socioeconomic issues within the country and really tackling these challenging issues. So we do not represent business, but we work alongside and support business in really playing a very constructive, collaborative partnership approach, working across sectors to drive that. And I think that what's been shared in terms of the context for the conversation today is really important, and I think has clearly outlined from the JET investment plan to the JET implementation plan to what Prisha shared in terms of the initial thinking around the SDZs, the importance of a multi-sectoral approach and a one that is done in a very constructive way, working together and having a deep understanding of this transition, what it means and how we can do it in a way that it is indeed just. And I think we can all agree the transition is happening. It is happening and it is taking place. And if we do not really think through and understand what it will take to ensure that it is inclusive and that it is indeed just, I think that we're going to exacerbate some of the big issues we're already grappling with. So I think as initial comments on the context, ensuring that we have that coordination and that alignment is absolutely important. And I know we'll share a bit around the JET Skilling for Employment program as an opportunity to do just that. And thanks, Jared, for sharing around the launch that took place in April. And I know that we're going to get into unpacking what it is we're trying to do and demonstrating the ability to bring private sector together in support of larger processes, strategies. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Google. Tanya, I'll move to you immediately.
Thanks. I do represent the views of Labour. I'm employed by the Congress of South African Trade Unions, and I speak on a mandate. I think what's been emphasized is the role of partnership and coordination. What I want to highlight is that within partnership and coordination, there are quite different views sometimes. And what strengthens implementation is the ability to engage robustly on those views. Sometimes we'll reach agreement, sometimes we won't reach agreement. But if we don't engage robustly, we are never going to move forward. So that's the one point. The second point that I want to raise for consideration, the coordination is key, and being able to look at national structures, being able to coordinate vertically and horizontally is important. But to drive implementation on the ground comes down to speaking to people on the ground and seeing what it is they want and what it is they think they can do. So it may be well for us to think, well, we're going to retrain people to do electric vehicles, as an example. But if we go to a cohort of workers on the ground, some may be too old and say, well, we're just not interested in it. Others may say, that's great, but nobody's producing electric vehicles here, and I don't want to move. Others may say that's great, but my level of education is maybe I've got a matric and then we've got to transition. It's really grappling with those details that will drive implementation. But I think what needs to be built into the structure, and there is room for it, is to have a group of people who are able to troubleshoot, so that there's a very quick mechanism to me, for example, saying, I want to be trained in these skills, and somebody saying, sure, actually the big problem, we can get you training, it's a bit far away, but the big problem is getting transport there and back. Now, it's small for some people to solve. For people who don't have transport, it's a big problem. And it may well be useful having a few people who are really prepared to get their hands dirty and solve problems in implementation so that things happen on the ground, but that then those solutions can go up into the other structures and the answers to some of the challenges are found. So,
thanks so much, Tanya. Raising as you did, also out of practical experience is something I think all of us really need to take into account. We're 3 decades since the democratic breakthrough. So we have sufficient lessons in what people call post-apartheid South Africa. But we need to see these come through in the plans, strategies, and budgets that we agree on. So Gerald, that's a secret to you.
I first must say, when you said representing capital, I thought you were going to refer to me. I get pulled back into my previous role at times. No, I think, I guess I'm going to be complementing some of the introductory remarks that have been made in saying this. I think we on a really steep learning curve when it comes to the just energy transition. I think everyone is. I think it's the one thing we can agree on. I think the other thing we can agree on is the importance of climate change. And I say that because the JET investment plan, the JET implementation plan is a plan focused on carbon emissions reductions. For me, what I've found so promising since I've joined the PMU just over a year ago, and I think these points have been alluded to, is that the development of, I refer to it as a local blueprint, right, for the just energy transition. So I think when we started on this journey and a steep learning curve, we were being in many ways directed by global best practice, which is in itself not a bad thing, but it needs to then lead on to a really solid local blueprint in terms of how we take this plan forward. And it's been really promising to see that being developed over the last year. So I think we heading on a really good direction. And I think the points made around collaboration and robust engagement are going to be really critical in terms of taking us forward. Just on the skills development zones, I must admit I'm not an academic, so I'm still learning a lot of these terms and the applications of it. But at my sort of, from my perspective, I guess, I just see it as a massive opportunity because I know we have the skills in this country. We have a relatively deep pool of skills in both the supply and demand segments of skills development in itself. I think we have a very, very willing private sector that's supporting this process. And I think very importantly, we've seen real government leadership. And I think the point I made on the JET desk and with it being housed in DHET is going to be really critical in terms of promoting coordination, collaboration, and most importantly, taking this work forward. So I'll stop there for now.
Thanks so much, Jared. I think you adequately covered the role of representing government, then, speaking on behalf of the state in this way. As Jared spoke itself, and as we learned in the first session, it also shows our adaptability. There's a lot of real concerns shared amongst people in the audience itself, and we really want to have these raised. In other words, voices are able to use the platform, to put forward not only questions, but you can also put forward comments and suggestions. So please be encouraged at that level as well. We all, and I think that's been emphasized from the morning, this is about learning itself. And the more technical versions, Jared, around skills and all those segmentation, stratifications, etc. Those are technical things. There are people skilled to do that. You actually earn degrees in it, and you go and teach on these other things. So on that basis, we have sufficient time, and we'd really like to encourage go across. You identify yourself as wanting to make a point itself. We allow you to do that, and then that'll allow us towards the end of our time period to come back to everyone and allow everyone to provide a response back. If that's all right with people, then we can move along on that basis. And I then check who would like to identify one. Others can raise your hands, then we have a list. Two. Let's start there, please.
Thank you so much. My name is David from Mobilize. There was something Tanya said that really sparked a lot of thought in me, and it's specifically about the accessibility of these programs and systems. I really like the story you mentioned about, okay, but you can provide the training here and this here, but if there's no transportation, there's no logistics between the two, it's impossible for people to access that. So I suppose the question/comment I wanted to sort of put into the space is, what is being developed from sort of vertically integrating accessibility? So from sort of the cradle to the grave of a project or a beneficiary, right? So from the training, the identification of the beneficiary to training, to finding a job, and not skipping any of the elements that are needed throughout this process. And what is the thought being put into how we make this ultra accessible for communities, for example, that maybe don't speak English very well? I'm thinking of a lot of the sort of communities around coal-based power plants, and a lot of the workers in those communities are not very proficient with English. Some of the older ones are not proficient with online systems for interacting. And yeah, accessibility is just such a big thought, and particularly working in collaboration with the NPO sector that already work in these spaces. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Colleague at the table.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Zini Godden from KFW Development Bank. And my question is really linked to the skills development zones, but particularly the one in Mpumalanga focusing on renewable energies and transmission. The question is, to what extent are there connections being made between that and initiatives and plans for repowering, if any? Thanks.
So, colleagues, sure there's more that you want to raise. But we will turn to also respond here. But I think, please.
Thank you. My name is Simba Rashe. You can call me Simba. I'm from Trade and Industrial Policy Strategies. I've been hesitating to ask this question. I think I was supposed to have asked it in the previous session, but I thought, let me just ask it. I think the strategies that we are developing, most of them are skewed towards the current labor force. Indeed, the problem that we are currently facing is the workers that will be dislocated from this transition. But what about the future generation? What about the children right now? Are there any ways that we can transform the whole education system to ensure that everyone who passes through it is equipped with the right skills that is needed with the labor market? How do we change the traditional system that South Africa is accustomed to ensure that they deal with the future labor force needs? So I'm just worried that we might just be fixing the solution at the end and creating a whole bunch of people that will need to be reskilled at a later stage without dealing with the foundation stage. Because the starting point here is also the foundation level. What do we do from a foundation level to ensure that everyone is equipped with the right, maybe the right skills that the labor force need? I think that's one of my questions. And the other question that I had, let me just check. I'm not sure if the current panel will be able to answer that. Indeed, we are coming up with the pathways for skills development. But it looks like at what point should these pathways be implemented? Because we don't want to be reactive. We also need to provide recommendations as to should these skill development pathways be implemented at a post-layoff period or pre-layoff period. Because if we do it at a post-layoff, then we are just being reactive. And from past experiences, from other international experiences, the reactive approach has not been effective. So at what point should these pathways be actually be implemented, whether post or pre-layoff period, and which pathways are effective in those instances? Thank you.
Thanks very much. Please.
We have two hands online, first being Huitimang Matebula and then Lufuno Chikarange. Huitimang, you have the floor.
Okay, can you hear me? It appears as if I was unmuted and then unmuted. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. The speaker that was speaking on the foundational part being missed, I just want to connect my question with that because they seem to be mirroring each other. My question is that why are we not, even if we are aware, because Professor who was from the University of Cape Town also alluded that the Department of Education is working on the curriculum to make sure that we have all the skills that have been neglected so as we can support the JET skills program. My question is, what is stopping us now to introduce ancillary programs that can easily not be, for examination purpose, but for development purpose? Simple to say how to manufacture solar, how to install, how to maintain, how to repair, and how to dispose. Those are the ancillary skills that children can start being engaged on, like we're doing with the robotics and the coding as we are doing at the moment without being part, of the curriculum. That, I think, it will address the very foundational base that we're saying that it's somehow neglected, and we tend to focus only on the coal workers other than making sure that we are inclusive in our approach. The other question is that as well, what is stopping the very same mining houses to include in their career development plans and personal development plans that are currently now working on for the employees to start being prepared for what they are already doing? Because already some of the mining houses, they are off the grid. They are no longer relying on Eskom electricity, and they are the coal miners, that they can easily as well channel their bursaries or their scholarship and their development programs, in where they are going in terms, because they've already provided strategic direction. They know how they are going to be phasing off, their coal businesses, and they need to take along their employees and stop just being informed by their previous talent management strategies that were on their different, strategic objectives. And then my last question is that whilst we are trying to prepare the coal workers in this restricted, economics that are for green energy, why can't we look into the overall, skills shortages in the country and not try or attempt to channel them to these defined industries, because you may find that some of them, they can apply their skills in some of the industries. One lady mentioned the ocean economy. We have so many economies that we know very well that we are relying our skills, you know, from foreign nationals, instead of building our local capability and capacity. And the other thing as well, have we identified what we consume more and which we are not producing and relying, you know, on foreign economy? So I would like to plead with the JET PMO to really cast the net wider and not focus only on the green, you know, energies opportunities for the coal workers. Thank you.
The second hand was from Lufuno Chikarange.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to understand a few things. The 10-year review of the NDP was launched last year, and it highlighted that the inequalities, poverty, and unemployment, they remained our biggest challenge as a nation. And I am aware that at least in the industry where I am in, which is the ICT, we import almost everything, including the skills. And the last amount I knew about, which was the least we were spending on importing the skills, was about 10 billion rand per annum, which I believe could have been invested to develop our own local skills. So I just wanted to check, like, how are we aligning this program with what the NDP 10-year review report has highlighted? Because for me, that was a greatest concern when I reviewed the report, in the sense that when I started internship many years ago, those were the three challenges that we were presented with. At the time, we were dealing with the program called the RDP. And in 2023, we were still having the same challenges. And skills is one of those issues that are continually exacerbating our challenge in terms of socioeconomic development. So with this program of the just transition, I do see a lot of opportunities, but I just want to understand, how are we aligning? Because the challenge that I also observe is that government work in a way that is very fragmented. And at the end of the day, even if we are doing something, it might end up looking like not much is being done, because it's not necessarily coordinated. Within the same breath, I just want to mention that we have a lot of skills development programs, but when we look at the high unemployment, particularly with the youth unemployment, the money that is being spent and the high unemployment, there is no correlation. So one wonders if our skills development programs and funding are actually effective. So I just wanted to check with the PCC or anyone who is able to respond, if there is a plan to bring everything together and we have a coordinated and a central point where skills development will be done from a strategic point of view, and we reduce the importing of skills while we developing our own. We're not saying don't import at all, but importing everything, I think, is what concerning and affecting us on the negative. Like, even if we just transition and we don't have skills, it means we'll still be importing skills. We also have an issue of infrastructure divide, which was also identified in the NDP 10-year review. So I just want to understand, like, how are we going to ensure that we close this divides that are actually existing in our communities at the moment? Because if you do not have an infrastructure, and originally I'm from a village in Venda, so there is so much that if I go home, most places don't even have a library, never mind a laboratory. So if I'm at home, I quickly come back to Gauteng because I just don't have access to the right infrastructure. So how are we going to make sure that no one is left behind? Because if we still have the digital divides, the infrastructure divides, information divides, and all the divides, how are we going to ensure that everyone is benefiting from a skills development perspective from every part of South Africa? Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks so much, Lefuna. You also brought many issues to the fore, and I hope our colleagues on the panel are prepared to respond. We have just a brief moment, if you don't mind. Did you? Oh, on your table. Press the button.
Thanks, thanks, Rose. Again, I will be very brief. It's very I specifically want to talk about the skills development zones and the structures around that. And Prisha knows what I'm going to be talking about because she and I have engaged a lot on this thing. This issue of top down versus bottom up, she's absolutely right. I work national government, provincial government. We're not getting it right. You need to come from bottom up. So since April 21, I've been working at the bottom, literally in my local municipalities. We've got a model going in our area that seems to be getting there because we work with what do the guys need. For example, firefighters is a big requirement in my area. I live in the Garden Route and it's working and so on. But man, I tell you, to work with a group of municipalities and all the changes and so on in municipalities across a province or across a district is like herding cats. You know, it really is difficult. And I wanted to ask maybe, I don't know if it's Jared or Prisha, where's Kokta and Salga and Imata in these skills development zones? Because if you don't have some kind of legislative control over them, asking or almost directing municipalities what to do, it's going to be tough, guys. That's our challenge here. It's just to keep going, because one day they're there, the next day they disappear and so on. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. Bringing a bit of, I think, our contemporary realpolitik into the discussion as well. Colleagues, if you don't mind, I had agreed that we'd get us out in time. So if it's okay, if we allow the colleagues to respond, there's been over 15 points made. And I really want to, this time we'll flip around and start with Gerard and come through to Tanya at the end.
Okay. So I get to choose which questions I want. No, look, I think interestingly enough, there were some answers in the questions, which I think we should be particularly mindful of. So, and also appreciative of. And it's gonna maybe it does kind of align to some of the points I'm about to make. So on alignment, I think there are a number of questions focused on alignment, right? Reference was made to systems, transforming systems, existing plans, etc. And I think it's a really important point that we thought about in the portfolio architectural design. And it really centers around the lead institution, right? And finding the right lead institution that's able to create the alignment between existing plans and future plans as well. And I think, just to highlight again the importance of the skills desk being in DHET from an alignment point of view is going to be very critical. I wanted to comment on access and maybe just use a story. We launched the funding platform in Emalahleni last week. And after I did a presentation, I went down and a gentleman came up to me and said, this is a really good funding platform. It sounds really exciting. How do we get more people to engage with it? Because I promise you, not everyone is going to know about it, and not everyone is going to be able to access the website. So I asked him for some ideas, right? And he said, well, let's consider having some workshops. There's civil society organizations that can assist with that. Can assist with that. There's local government that can assist with that. And so I'm highlighting it because I think that's where some of the opportunities in terms of addressing access lie, leaning on existing best practice and leaning on the existing partnerships that either do exist or can exist through some of these multi-stakeholder forums that we're going to bring into the work. I also want to talk about Mpumalanga. I think a few questions were raised around what the skills development zone will focus on and repowering. There is a subset in the investment plan, the accelerated coal transition plan, which it was referred to earlier on around, I think in the context of the closing down of 3 coal-fired power stations and the fact that that's now been extended. But I think what we don't often speak about is the rest of the plan, because it gets into a lot of really constructive detail around how we bring the multiple stakeholders, whether it be government stakeholders, provincial, local, business, ESCOM, into a structure around promoting repowering at some of the coal-fired power stations, but also a plan around economic diversification and strengthening the social economy. So I think there's some really good guiding points there that we don't often refer to enough. And unfortunately, I'm not going to have enough time to go through it all today. But one of our big objectives in the year ahead as a PMU is to start socializing and implementing that accelerated coal transition investment plan, considering the opportunity of front-ending some of these strengthening of the social economy and economic diversification opportunities. The other aspect that I don't think we speak about enough is the value chain opportunity that will come with transmission. I think it's well understood that for us to get on the grid, the level of renewable energy that's required needs investment in transmission grid. I think the well understood figure is 14,000 kilometers over a period of 10 years. And the value chain opportunity there is going to be a really big one. We have the right to compete in that space. We've done it before. And I think to the extent that we start driving investment into that space, we'll see a lot of ancillary and directly linked opportunities coming with that. I wanted to make one more point, and then I'll hand over to my colleagues on stage. I didn't do a very good job of explaining the difference between the PMU and the PCC. So I get a second bite at it now. And it's in the context of some of the points, the valid points raised around inclusiveness of the just energy transition and potentially what seems to be a biased focus on the coal value chain. Some of that rightfully has to do with the plan's timeline, right? So the investment plan has a very fixed timeline, 2023 to 2027, and it was developed in that context. So because of that, within that time frame, you start seeing some of these areas of focus coming through in the context of that timeline. I think what's so promising about an institution like the Presidential Climate Commission is its mandate is broader in terms of timing. Number one, it looks at climate change from a much longer term perspective, which is important. And within climate change itself, it looks beyond mitigation at climate change adaptation as well. So I think going forward and as this work continues to take shape, institutions like the Presidential Climate Commission, alongside institutions like the PMU that come in and implement specific plans, will be very important in terms of addressing this point around inclusiveness that comes with a just energy transition. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much. And I think so many important points are raised and issues that I think are fundamental in how we are thinking about and planning in this process. It's also interesting to hear these inputs because we hear that through our JET Skilling for Employment, fondly known as JETSEP, process as well, where we've been quite deliberate in putting in place a governance structure that allows for this kind of input and debate. So while JETSEP is a program that coordinates the private sector in support of the JET implementation plan, Chapter 9, across the 5 intervention areas that are outlined there, we work very closely with the PMU, with the PCC, with Busa, with our CEO champions. We've got a board of 29 CEO champions from across sectors who are bringing the private sector leadership and commitment. But we also have an advisory board. And on that advisory board is a multi-sectoral grouping across public sector, private sector, academia, labor, a whole range. The SETAs are represented there. And it really is the space to sense check the kind of insights we're gaining from the private sector, knowing that when private sector just speaks to itself, it can be very useful. It can be very, it can move quickly, but also we miss many things. And so it's really important to be able to get this input, to think about how it is we then continue to work with the private sector to support an agile, demand-led ecosystem. And so that's one of the important elements of that. And within this program, we are very, very intentional, as I said in the opening remarks, of ensuring an inclusive process. And that means understanding what it means for skilling, so newly skilled, upskilling, reskilling. We are thinking through it across the board. And the NBI has been doing work in youth employability for many, many years, and understanding what it takes to manage that. There's a lot of balancing. There's balancing, ensuring that you're thinking about workers broadly. There's balancing the immediate need for what's coming. And so the question of at what point do you press go? And that's the challenge that we have, is that demand is quite agile and shifting. So you want to know the demand, because you don't want to skill for the sake of skilling. You don't want to skill tens and thousands of people and there are no jobs at the end of it. So you want to ensure that there's demand, but that demand is ever evolving. For example, if we looked at demand for solar a year ago, way up here, load shedding's gone. So there has been an impact, a very real impact. You speak to SMEs in the solar space and they will say, I'm having to let people go because there's just, no demand. So it's about understanding that and creating that agility to be able to do that. On Monday, we launched our first publication. It is available on the NBI website, and it's called Powering Futures. It's our initial contribution to the space in thinking about what this demand looks like, what are the skills that are required. And a lot of that input has come from our working groups, which go across 7 value chains. And on those working groups sit people with very technical insight whose day-to-day job is understanding the space and understanding what's required. And really, if we can have more of that data and more of that input, it helps us all think through a very aligned way of planning and understanding where we should be channeling our efforts so that we're not kind of skilling for the sake of skilling. And I think it's important to also note that we have kind of multiple layers of focus within the JET implementation plan. In Chapter 9, there is a specific focus on building the capacity of educators and teachers. So speaking to that question, and at the launch on Monday, I was fortunate to be in conversation with Joanne Yawich, who heads up the PMU, who said they're hearing very specifically the need to focus on basic education as well. So it is multi-layered, and it does require across sectors to be able to do that in a very coordinated way. And I think the more that we can unpack and engage on these challenges, we can then start demonstrating a way of managing transitions, because this isn't the only transition. And I recently was in conversation with someone in gold mining who said they're undergoing their own kind of transition. There are different kinds of transitions happening. And if we can find a way of doing it that is bringing together key stakeholders in this constructive way, then I think we're going to see a lot of momentum and we're going to see a lot of impact, because I think ultimately we're all aiming for the same thing, even though we come from different perspectives. The goal is really finding a way that we do that towards that goal. Thanks.
Moving towards a different kind of society, a different way we produce and a different way we consume so that we have low emissions, provides us with a unique opportunity to transform society. And we can be ambitious. This is, Chippy had said earlier, one of the big transformations in the history of economics in the world. And I urge that we keep our feet on the ground, but we keep looking towards the stars. In looking towards the stars, let's open new ideas. So I'm going to give an example. Social ownership. You'd spoken about social employment, which is critical, and we should be looking towards social employment as an area that people can get skills in, whether they are workers currently going to be transitioned or new entrants into the labor market, but also potentially new owners of productive facilities in the country. And I want to give just one very small example of how it can work. There's a company in Cape Town that wanted to move towards more solar. What they did was the workers organized themselves into a cooperative. They raised the money and they bought the solar panels and installed it onto the roof of the company. Now, the company doesn't care whether it's paying you as a company or me as a worker as a company, but it's a very good example about how workers are being empowered, they're getting additional income, and the fabric of our society, the structure of business is changing. And in that sense, we can be ambitious, and it means skills need to meet that ambition as well. But when I say we need our feet on the ground, we have existing challenges with SETAs. There are challenges to what and how much mining houses are training. And we have challenges with the social and labor plans. The secret weapon we have is very strong unions that are capacitated, that are able to engage. So the challenge, not only for unions, but for business at that level, is let's take what we have and improve it. And then let's make sure we're making the linkages to the new and the coordination so that 1 and 1 isn't 2, but that 1 and 1 is 3. A brief thing on education. So basic education needs to be improved hugely. I can't miss the opportunity, given the budget, the medium-term budget policy statement today, to say that the education budget per capita has been declining. And it's a wonderful opportunity to see if we can't increase educational spending, both in terms of more teachers, we'll have improved outcomes, but also improved employment. And then building education infrastructure as well, which itself creates employment. So, yeah, the exact challenge I end on is for us as unions to keep pushing. For business, you keep pushing as well. Government as well. With our feet on the ground and our head to the stars, we must keep moving.
Thanks so much, Tanya, for also starting to pull together the strands itself. And this has been really creative engagement in the session itself. Yeah. And, you know, if you don't mind, also to share with you, as we pull things together and wrap up the session, I have to share with you some very dismal news as well. As introduced, as coming from Tshwane University, I supposedly teach economics, well, that's the department I'm in. It's known as the dismal science. So if you'd allow, just a few points before you eat, if you can eat afterwards. So you all know of a thing called the weather forecast. Often use it to how we organize ourselves, at least for the day ahead of us. But we sometimes don't pay attention to the climate in the same way as we pay attention to weather. So we do have an institutional form, and our comrades from SATRI needn't be worried, there's no acceleration. Institutional change takes time. Yeah. So this is from the World Meteorological Organization, very big, but the World Organization of Weather Forecasters. Yeah. People you see on TV. Carbon dioxide concentrations have increased 11.4% in the last 2 decades. The long lifetime of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has locked in future temperature increases. El Nino, El Nina, vegetation fires, these are contributing in addition to what we have put into models. The effectiveness of what we had assumed were carbon sinks, in other words, forests oceans, etc., cannot be taken for granted because most recent scientific information shows that there's been decreased absorption from what we're putting into the atmosphere. So you see, on that basis, and why I think it's appropriate bringing it to us discussing skills, the question was raised about, are we talking only about ourselves, or is it also about future generations? And here is where the crux of the matter, all of us are confronted by threats, and I'm sorry, it's not about waving passports at each other. It's us as a species. We're the last extent of that, and we have overseen and increased our precarity inside the 6th mass extinction taking place. We really have in front of us the choice of choosing whether we want to survive or to go down with everything else that we're killing. It cannot be that we have slides presented to us that tell us about outdated curriculum. It cannot be that we excuse ways of thinking that don't fit into the narrative that you've heard from the panel, and we call it externality mentalities. Where do these mentalities arise from? All knowledge is the product of social engagement, as we've heard. So I really want to encourage as well, as you put forward plans and try to draw resources into the skills of this transition, the point that Tanya has made, and I think all the colleagues I agree, it needs to be much more mainstreamed across all the other sectors. Teaching and learning is a consequence of our investments in research and innovation. Sorry, colleagues, we don't have the word innovation. It's inside the word itself. But the big part of innovation is in practice. That's the big difference. The others are inventions, technology, science, ideas behind. Out of research and innovation, we learn. And that's where the third mission of the institutions come in, which is community engagement and empowerment. It's through bringing this knowledge to bear, hopefully, that we can improve what we do. And so I really want us also, if you don't mind, put a line at the bottom, not just in terms of increasing resources for skills and this stratified version that we have, which remains fragmented, but we need more money to be put into how we generate, how we share, and how we use knowledge itself. The knowledge about what we have inside can only come from us that are experienced. And that's why this needs to be quite a major contribution from us to the world as it experiences the need for transitions as well. So I wish us all well on our transformations. That's what we need, and the transition helps us move towards that end. Maybe the comrades at the back will agree, maybe that's the part we may need to accelerate, the transformation itself. So Nyabonga, thanks very much everyone for the session.
Okay, we're doing very well for time. We're catching up. One more round of applause for this panel, please. Yeah, very, very good job getting all of us to understand just where we are when it comes to, the various institutional structures. I find that, as we progress with this work, various structures are starting to emerge, right? Everyone's doing something here. These ones are doing things there. So I think at some point we need to have a conversation around alignment and coordination of these structures so that we actually see the impact on the ground. So when we have patches of work, we don't see the impact that we need. And I think, yes, action is good, Dr. Olver, but we also need to see impact on the ground for the communities that definitely need it. All right, with that said, we're going to go for lunch, and we will be back at 1:30. I've been told that lunch is downstairs at the conservative. That's not how it was spelled on as in conservative party. All right, you're going to the conservative, what? Conservatorium. Yeah, good luck. Enjoy your lunch.
Hi, Becky.
Okay, if we can get back to our seats, we're starting our session. Iggy, Ignatius, please close the door. All right. Welcome back to the graveyard session, the session after lunch. So my previous boss used to have a disclaimer when we have meetings after lunch. He said he suffered from Python sickness. So every time after he's eaten, he would sleep after meetings. So for you to consider his sickness, he would say that he's suffering from Python sickness. So please, no Python sickness here. I need you awake. I need you engaged and ready to make inputs. I don't want to lose you now. We've had such good engagement so far. We want to keep up with that momentum. All right, so we're moving into the next panel discussion. This one will be dealing with demand-led skilling initiatives. I know in the previous session already, we started talking about demand-led initiatives. This session is going to be moderated by Lindiwe Johnson from the PCC. The discussant in this discussion, or the person that's going to be leading the input, will be Mpho Mokapile from EWCTA. And the panelists are going to be Gerda Magnus from GIZ, Yolanda Delanga from IEPA, and then Kenneth Richards from Tshwane University of Technology. Let's give them a round of applause as they get up on stage. Over to you, Lindiwe.
Suffering from a Python syndrome. So I will wake up in a minute. Good afternoon, good morning, or good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mpho Mokapile, and this is going down slowly. Is it supposed to do this? Is it okay? Thank you very much. As introduced, my name is Mpho Mokapile, and I'm from Energy and Water SETA. I am a public entity under the Department of Higher Education and Training. And mine is to talk about demand-led. You said I'm an icebreaker? Yes. Oh, scene setter. I'm supposed to set the scene, but I think the discussion this morning has really set the scene and really laid whether it's the social landscape and the real challenges and the work that has been done in the skills development fraternity. I'm not going to repeat a lot of the things that we've discussed today, but as I was sitting there, I couldn't help it but think about my session at Indaba, where I spoke about the cat and the horse, and someone mentioned the cat and the horse again today. So I'm going to just build on that cat and horse. It's important. Yes, we're having a skills development conversation. I'm in the skills space, and some of the challenges that we are having are really along the demand and supply. A lot of what we are doing is focusing a lot on the supply, and our research even to date, a lot of it is focusing on supply. And I'm going to link it to a cat and a horse, which I think that I'm going to say the horse is the demand and the cat is the supply. And what I think we've done from a JET perspective, we've put significant focus on the cat, significant amount of research on the cat, on how it should look like, what type of tires. We've looked at frameworks, we look at pedagogies, we look at the pathways. All this relates to the cat. And what we often do is we wake up to realize there's only one horse to pull the 50 carts that we have built. And then we start talking about demand-led. And I think the question becomes, if we are doing demand-led skills development, what is clarity on the demand? And I think we can define demand in many different ways. We can either look at demand as projects that are in the pipeline, which is demand for a time. The reality is that you still have huge number and big and sophisticated cuts that we have built. Or we can look also at beyond projects. Is there demand in South Africa? This has led to me as a SETA questioning myself, what does a transitioned South Africa look like? And if we can't answer the question of what does a transition from an energy perspective, when we look at the coal value chain, the entire value chain, it was pulling probably a number of cuts. When we move into the green space, some of those cuts are gonna fall off. And how does it look like once we have transitioned? And I don't know if we've answered that question, because I think that is what should inform us when we are looking at skills. What types of skills are we building? Are we building skills so that we can figure out what to do with the skilled people later? Or are we building skills because we've identified economies that are going to drive growth in our country? I was privileged to do a course with GIZ, with ILO, a couple of years ago when I was young. And one of the key things that we looked at was national employment policies or national employment plans. And the recommendation around there looks at, as a country, as South Africa, having a plan and employment goals. In that plan, we identify different industries that are going to drive economic activities. And then we skill towards those industries. The reality is that if we haven't identified those industries and we continue to do PV training, we are building a cart that is going to be pulled by no one. Or we're going to strain the horse, which is, I think, what we're doing. What we're doing right now, we're asking ESCOM to place, we're asking SASOL to place, we're talking about placement of learners. We're really trying, we're even doing it as a SETA. We're saying, we will pay the stipend, take them in. It's not sustainable. Take them in for 12 months or 24 months so they can get experience. It's not sustainable. And the question is that as we are sitting in this room, are we comfortable that when all is said and done, when all the academic papers are written and we've got all the research that is done, and it's 10 years from now, will we be comfortable with the South Africa that we look at? All the skilled people, but we don't have an economy to absorb them. So maybe the question is that, for me, the question has been, if we are having a discussion on the cut, remember my cut is the supply, who's having the discussion on the horses? And that's the economists. And maybe the economists have told us that, maybe we know, that South Africa is going to be led by a specific type of industries. Do we know that? Do we have a picture of the industries that are going to lead a transition to South Africa? Do we? I'm seeing a lot of people shake their heads. And the question is that if we don't, what are we skilling for? There is a need for us to skill to enable the transition, construction, yes, O&M, but beyond the transition, what are we skilling for? So for me, that's the question around demand, ma'am. If we are going to talk about demand, do we have key things that we've identified that are going to lead demand so that we are not stuck in focusing on the cut? You know, there's someone said there's enough money in South Africa for skills development. There is. I think there is. And that's why there's so many businesses that are opening in skills development space. Everyone is becoming a skills development expert, and there's funding. There's funding windows that are, I just received a text there. Someone said, I've applied for 3 consecutive years. I have not been awarded grant funding. And my question becomes, is there industry that's really burning to take up these young people that people are starting to complain that they're not granted funding? So for me, the question really is, if we're not clear on the demand, if demand-led is projects, is that enough? We've estimated, there's been estimates of the number of projects. We look at the SIPs, and yes, beyond the SIPs, we know there will be some economic activities. But I think we need to really invest some time in talking to those economic activities. The last one that I just want to touch on, I know, ma'am, that Am I over my time? Okay. The reality is that transitions are complex. I think transitions are complex. We've seen Europe struggle with their own transitions. South Africa faces different challenges when it comes to the transition. And I think we need to be honest with the reality of the complexity that we are going to face. And I think someone spoke to the time that we've given ourselves to transition, the 5 years, or the time that we've given, the pace that we want to transition at. And I think we need to take into account just the broader realities of us transitioning. Impact on, and maybe not, it's been spoken about. So impact, maybe let me talk about the energy. I'm gonna touch on energy efficiency because we've got someone who's talking to energy efficiency here. Some of the key things that EWCTA has identified in skills development as we get partners. I've been sitting this week alone. This is my 3rd engagement on JET skills. I don't know if any of you have been sitting this week on those engagements. We are engaging, and I think it's important for us to engage. Dialogue is important. And I think at the end of the day, we need to come out and say, what is it that we have actually put together? And I think I don't know if we are at that stage. We talk about initiatives. We've looked at the number of initiatives that we are implementing ourselves, and it's small numbers. We've looked at the initiatives that you are implementing with funding that is coming in. It's a lot, but we still don't have a return. We've completed training in Mpumalanga with women who were being upskilled. The reality is that the implementer has come back to me and says there are no job opportunities in Mpumalanga for them. I've sent 2 to Northern Cape. This is out of the 50. Because we had certain statistics that said these are the number of jobs. We didn't go into the details of the timing of the projects. We didn't go into the details of the challenges that might be faced in implementing some of these projects, or that the projects are coming to an end. So I'm sitting with another group that's been trained in Limpopo, and we can't stop supplying. And unfortunately, we can't stop supplying. The system allows us to supply. DHET has NSFAS. We are funding people to be in school. And NSF is funding people to be trained. EWCTA and other CETAs are funding people to be trained. But the reality is that our 2% economic growth will never be able to absorb all these people that are being trained. And if we're doing nothing about the 2% in this room, if we are doing nothing about this 2%, we are wasting our time. So I think for me, the question is, how do we induce economic growth and economic activity using JET? How do we innovatively come with ideas where we're really going onto the ground and say, these are the key industries that are going to be labor intensive, that are going to create, whether it's out of the energy sector. And I think us being married to energy training, we need to, let me not use marriage again. I used the marriage example on Monday. Us being married to only training energy related skills is not correct. So maybe the question becomes, even when the funders are coming to our tables and they say they're funding for JET, we need to indicate to them JET is beyond energy. JET in South Africa is going to be training in sectors that are industries that are not in the energy space, so that we are able to build a cohort of a skilled labor and a capable labor for South Africa, not only for the energy sector. So I thought maybe I should just highlight some of these when we get into demand-led. And on energy efficiency, it's sad. I had a discussion with one of the funders and I said, energy efficiency and potential of manufacturing work that we are doing in the Mpumalanga area. And they says, nope, I want PV and I want wind. We are in those rooms where someone is saying, I'm going to fund PV and I'm going to fund wind. I'm not funding energy efficiency. And I think it's for us to have the real conversations, even with our funder, to say for South Africa, with the current energy, is a deficit. Are we in a surplus or a deficit now? Surplus. Okay, nice. With the energy surplus today, we still do need efficient energy so that we reduce the emissions of producing more energy, more electricity. So mine really, ma'am, is here to drop. I'm not going to talk about qualifications and skills, whatever. The burden on the CETA and the impact of the work of skills development really depends on the economic activities of this country. And if we're not putting our heads together to go back to the economists and say, this is what we are recommending from a PCC perspective, from an economy perspective, then we are digging ourselves into a bigger grave than we have now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, for that very thought-provoking scene setting that you've provided us. And I think this really gives us a good segue into our conversation, which is going to look a bit more at some of the practical and innovative ideas around demand-led initiatives and also place-based skilling. So before we get into the actual discussion, I'm just going to ask my panelists to just do a quick introduction of themselves, to give us an overview of what organizations they're from and also the designations that they stand in those various organizations.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Conrad Richards from the Tshwane University of Technology. I'm trained as an engineer and I train engineers. So I think we're going to have an interesting conversation today and I look forward to it. Especially I heard energy efficiency and those terms. So looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Yolanda De Lange. I'm founding director of the Institute of Energy Professionals Africa. And we train, well, I'm sort of hooked to energy efficiency. And when I hear solar panels, I want to run away. So.
Good afternoon. Is it? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Gerda Magnus, representing the GIZ. GIZ is a big organization, though, and doing a lot of things in the energy space. But in particular, I am in what we call a skills cluster, and specifically the career path development for employment project. Okay, and I'll stop there. Yes.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to segue from what our scene setter Mpho has kind of placed us on and kind of come to you, Kenneth, and ask, TUT has really made a commitment to spark innovation and technology as a key area of growth. And I want to know from your for localization, sorry. So how are these projects or initiatives kind of building that catalytic energy within the university and among graduates, and how do we think that will assist with this labor market deficit that we're seeing?
Thank you, Lindiwe. I think we're in a unique position as a university because we are in the business of education. So we've tried to have a look where we focus our education on outcomes-based and project-based, first of all, to make sure that it's practical. And we also try and make sure that our curriculum is useful for industry, where we employ the newest technologies available, and we try feed it back into our curriculum. One of the subjects that we've introduced now is energy economics, where we train our students on energy efficiencies, and we also bring up the various policies which are currently available. We try and sensitize our students. In terms of the innovation, what we've also done at the university is we have 3 institutes that we currently have. We have the Institute for Advanced Tooling, the Technology Station in Chemicals, and a Technology Station in Electronics. And we focus on SME support and development of people through these offerings. The services that are offered through these is normally product development and prototyping. So we would normally take in a student who has graduated, so at an honors level, has a good idea, they've seen something in industry and they want to bring it back. So we try and help this innovation, because students are actually a very good breeding ground, if you want, for ideas, because they're the ones out there and they're the ones who've seen what can be done. What else? I think that's about it for now.
Thank you, Kenneth. And I do agree. I think students are fairly innovative in their way that they think, and I think they have the opportunity to kind of have that limitless thinking still, that we unfortunately have kind of taken on ourselves. But Yolanda, to get to you, I just wanted to know, IPA's driving some innovative demand-led skilling initiatives. And what are some of the key insights and best practices that these programs have promoted, and how are you showcasing them on a bigger platform as well?
Thank you very much for the floor. So our program that's really very successful at the moment, we run quite a number of them, but the one we have for youth is the Energy Performance Certificates Practitioner Skills Program, which we developed for the QCTO and the DMRE, so that there is youth that can implement the new regulation, which, by the way, if you own buildings, if you have a big building, you need to comply by the end of next year, because the fine is 5 million rand if you don't. So that is the, one of the key insights here is regulation actually drives the skills programs, it drives employment. So we've had a 84% success rate with permanent placement. Our pilot students that were funded by GIZ and SANEDI are already now registering certificates themselves and signing them off. And they're merely electricians that went through 2 years of practical as well as theoretical training, as well as workplace placement. Some are doing their own businesses as well. The benefit of training in energy efficiency, and we very set on that, is you don't only acquire new skill training that, you also contribute to the economy and you contribute to the environment much more positively, because you don't produce waste when you implement energy efficiency projects. So when you, add other things to a building like solar panels, you are adding a potential item that's going to become e-waste in 15 to 20 years. And so if you're energy efficient, you won't need 20 panels, you only need 6. So being energy efficiency is the first step, and it's key. It's key to get that in place. The best practices we have implemented and found is what's very crucial is there should be companies that can mentor these students and mentors that are capable. Now, in South Africa, there's less than 270 energy services companies on the ESCO register managed by SANEDI. And there's 250,000 buildings that need these certificates. So just think how many of those buildings, each of those ESCOs would have to go through. So the opportunity is there, and the ESCOs listed are not even managing 40,000 of those buildings, which means over 200,000 buildings in the current 4 of the 16 categories are open for energy efficiency improvements, and even starting just one intervention. And let me tell you that possibly if all the buildings get to a C rating, because the EPC certificate looks like an appliance label, we may not even need to put solar on all our roofs. Eskom would cope with all the load. So that is the one thing. And I also spoke to, they trained people in a province and there's no jobs for them. I get approached all the time by colleges, please help us get this qualification. And I push the CETA to have launch events. Let's put a prize. Let's invite companies that could possibly add energy efficiency and energy services as a service stream to their portfolios, that we can teach them that when you leave Mpumalanga, which we are now working in, that we leave them also with mentors and workplaces in their region. Because at the moment, all the Gauteng businesses are driving through there and doing the work, and it's not necessary. So it's very critical to, when you do capacitate a college, not only capacitate the lecturers, keep them in continuous learning, because it's a fast-growing business, and then make sure there's an economic environment, economic activity around that college to be able to take up the skills there. And then lastly, another best practice we've learned is you can't just do the technical training. Unfortunately, showed Gerda. We have a Maths for Green Skills program that we use before every training. We have students within 6 electrical engineering, 65% a matric for maths, and they can't do a normal bot math sum. And it's really concerning. So teacher training for me is critical. And besides then the training for gaps before they start with their actual training, we also do a lot of soft skills, personal development training, IT training, because that's what they're going to have to do when they enter the. And I just want to make a final comment about what is the JET landscape look like in future. And mentioned on Monday, they have the workplace skills plans that get completed. And when they train people based on those results, the companies can't employ them, because I know from companies that the person who completes that's not really the person that understands what's needed and what the future holds. I think a different engagement needed. And looking at the topics chosen there, and I'm because I do not see, and being in this industry for 22 years in energy efficiency training, I do not see the jobs that are predicted being needed. I think it's completely overestimated. I really think I'm in the automotive industry quite a lot. There's a lot of major organizations getting together. The plans as skills are not the same plans as the manufacturers are tabling. Same with hydrogen. The reality there is not the same I'm seeing in the studies. So I am quite concerned about that. I think we need to realign that thinking.
Thank you so much, Yolanda. And thank you for also just sparking that idea that, or the thinking around how critical it is to really think through the estimated numbers predicted and these skills anticipated for these different zones and how realistic it is. And also considering what are some of the missing and nascent industries that support the energy industry that we really should be catering for and thinking about. That being said, Gerda, I'm going to ask you just to kind of elaborate a little bit on the work that the GIZ is leading, and to share some of the thinking that you have kind of conceptualized around place-based skilling and what that actually looks like when you are implementing those projects.
Thank you very much. So perhaps let me start by saying that so GIZ does work in projects. Ours is a fairly large project. But the sort of project logic for us is what we call an integrated approach to employment promotion. And ultimately, the objective of our project is employment and employability of the young people or even the employed people that we have in our programs. And with the integrated approach, we really sort of emphasize that you need to look at what the demand is, but at the same time, you need to work on the supply side as well. Sometimes it involves what we call framework conditions. So maybe it's policies, maybe it's new qualification development, maybe it's awareness building, and so on. And then also ensuring that the student is able to transition from the supply side into the demand side. So that's sort of the logic that underpins everything we do. Now, I mean, at the moment, we have in our project roughly about 26 different interventions that we are busy with. And so those range from everything research, and we've done quite a bit of research on the labor market to try and understand the demand signaling, some of the pathway work that was presented this morning, to just try and understand where we should be going and what gaps we should be filling. But our project outcomes will be measured on employment or improved employment of the students that we're dealing with. So Prof. Halo was talking this morning about short-term, medium-term, and like wishful thinking or dreaming or whatever you called it. And so for us at the moment, the focus really is probably more short-term, because we really want to see that whatever we're doing in intervention leads to an employment prospect. Now, across those 26 different interventions, I think there have been a number of different approaches. And let me also say that in almost everything, we work with partners. So whether those are associations or, different organizations, we sort of take the cue from them. Where's the need? Where should we be focusing on? So this is not things that we just invent ourselves really, but we try to partner with people both nationally and locally. So I like to call them sort of proof of concept projects. And also we will be measuring employment outcomes 6 months after conclusion of the different interventions. So I predict that some of them will be more successful than others. And we're about to see that, and hopefully that gives us a cue also about how we go forward. But really, some of the things we've done, a particular project in the garden route that Dr. Prinsloo is sitting there at our table, actually has been quite involved with, that we've sponsored. Really looked at training of PV workshop assistants. They've identified within their skills mecca through great effort, small businesses that needed, or already electrical businesses that needed to be upskilled in PV, and then could later on take on the workshop assistants into their businesses. So that was very, very sort of localized. We have done a lot of PV installation projects. I think at a particular point last year, this was a crisis, energy crisis. There was a particular need, and so we did support that. And we do believe that has also supported employment of particular people. We have run in Mpumalanga, for example, with another partner, TechnoServe, entrepreneurship development, not in anything electrical, but rather finance, tourism. And so somehow that talks a little bit about diversification in a way. Right at the moment, we have quite a large intervention ongoing with Sanedi in specifically energy efficiency. Yolanda has also mentioned that we've worked with IEPA on energy efficiency. So I think we're sort of trying to dabble in a number of different things, to see what works and to see where really we get the best results from. Another little project that is like, I really love this little project, is around giving already qualified electricians certificates of compliance. So most of them have qualified as electricians, but in that program, the certificate of compliance is not included. And so often the electricians can't go and work in a big building because they don't have a certificate of compliance. So that's a particularly upskilling program. And mostly in all our interventions, we really try and work with the supply side to also build capacity there so that there is sustainability and continuity. In this little certificate of compliance program, we have created virtual reality content. One of the problems for electricians are that, you may work in today you may work in Cape Town, tomorrow you may work in Limpopo. And, to try and sort of establish a range of different contexts where they can also start to understand the differences that they may encounter in their certificate of compliance training. So the interventions are many, but we try and really tackle it from all different vantage points.
Thank you, Gerda. And maybe just to build on that question, what would you say are some of the key challenges that you face, noting what Mpho mentioned with the labor market being what it is? Obviously you are training up and you are trying to build a sustainable and employable cohort of people, but noting these challenges, what are some of the challenges that you directly face?
So I do think that one of our biggest challenges is really understanding where the demand is. So it's about trying to find those niche places where if we train there, that we could really be sure that those young people will actually find employment opportunities. I think that is really a massive challenge for us. I mean, there are also supply side challenges, and so we work predominantly in the public TVET sector, not exclusively. You know, sort of getting those curriculum changes, new qualification development often can take some time, you know, and sort of getting the whole supply side geared up has its own set of challenges, much as really understanding the demand side as well. Yeah, and then it's always a question of finding stipends for students. I think we've really partnered very well with the EWC. It's been a great pleasure, but you know, there's always more to be done. Yeah, so yeah, let me leave it at that.
Thank you, Gerda. Kenneth, obviously young people are trying to work in this innovative space and are really trying to, you know, prototype new ideas and new thinking, and just trying to kind of bring us new ideas to the energy and engineering space. And so from you, I want to know, how are you engaging local industry and business partners and various stakeholders so that even though these ideas are at a prototype stage, there is some sort of way for them to either be taken up into a next phase, or even incubated, or at least have that bridge, so that the idea doesn't stay at a conceptual level or at the university. How are you currently looking at bridging that gap between it being just an idea to an actual product?
Thank you for that question. It's quite a long question, and I don't think there's a short answer for that question. It's something that we as the engineering faculty in the university have wrestled with. We produce these graduates, but what do we do with them? They're highly skilled in energy efficiency, solar, all renewables, hydrogen. What are we going to do with them? So one of the approaches is we've tried to introduce a more entrepreneurial approach through our centers, and we also try and bring in a business training for us, because as we mentioned before, we have all these great ideas, but if you can't land it in the market, it's a problem. So what we've also done in addition to that, so once the student is hopefully trained, they've got their prototype, they've been trained, they've got some entrepreneurial backing, soft skills that nobody talks about. How do you open a bank account? You know, how do you register your business? Those are the small things we talk to our students about and make sure that they can get that done as well. And then to answer the question, how do we obviously discussions that we have with local business, obviously the big guys like Eskom, Sasol, those ones, because we need to see a few things. What are the issues that we have and how can we match our students? So that's one of the things. And then we do rely on government funding as well, the SETAs, where we have will placements and that sort of thing. But one of the issues, perhaps from my side, that I've seen is we need industry to actually talk a little bit more with business and academics to say, these are some of the issues that we face. How can we solve it? Because sometimes, as we were talking about the cart and the horse, we're making this big supply, but what is it that you need us to supply? So yes, we can have the discussions, but it must be a bi-directional discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kenneth. So just to end off the panel discussion and before we open up to the floor, I'm going to pose the question to our panelists that our Sinseto Mpo asked us. What does the transition in South Africa look like? As key industries, skilling institutions, what do you think does the transition in South Africa look like? And you can answer it in 1 minute and then we'll open to the floor. I'm putting you on the spot.
Sure, that's quite a spot question. How does the transition look? From an engineering point of view, obviously energy is what we need. So energy is the big driver, and we need reliable energy and we need cheap energy. And unfortunately, I think at the moment, coal is the cheapest. So how do we move from that to our renewable energies? From an educational point of view, these are questions that I pose to my students regularly. And I'll be honest with you, one of the projects that I actually gave them last week was, how do you see South Africa's energy mix in the next 5 years? Again, to see what our students who are actually in industry, what are they saying? Very interesting for me. The usual answers like PV, that sort of thing. Nuclear is coming up quite strongly. Wind, obviously on the coast and that sort of thing. And the green hydrogen is one of the big drivers as well. I know somebody mentioned there's a mismatch between what the market wants and what we're producing. So I think that can also be a very good discussion to have. But I definitely see a big mix of renewables in our future.
Yolanda?
Well, I see it as basically not focused on energy alone, but all the surrounding services that go with it. You know, when I hear about entrepreneurship, I think we need lots of psychologists to mentor the students once their businesses fail, because it's tough running a business. But yeah, so I don't see it just, you know, I see it as a just transition, not only focusing on energy. You know, if you look at a factory, and all the time we've worked in the energy efficiency industry, we started off with all the mines and your energy intensive users. And the focus there that time with demand side management with Eskom was to optimize the energy use in a factory. And the interesting part that happened that nobody, you know, in South Africa at that stage thought of, they said, all right, let's optimize our energy use. And some companies saved 35% of their energy just by changing behavior. And then technological changes come with the rest. What happened then is the energy demand came down, but there were healthier people because you had healthier building envelopes. You know, myself, we've built a energy efficient training center in Benoni. You're welcome to come and visit. Our sick leave from last year to this year has gone down 84% because we don't take sick leave anymore. So that's one thing. So productivity goes up, staff productivity. You have a lot less maintenance because if you are energy efficient and you have the right energy management system in, before something breaks, you will know about it, because the moment energy spikes, you know there's a problem and you can fix the problem before a machine actually comes to a standstill. You have a lot less waste, and everything else around it becomes more energy efficient. The products you buy last longer. So instead of replacing bulbs once a year, you replace bulbs once every 10 years. All the benefits around that are just so significant. So it's, you know, when the whole country becomes energy efficient, all the other job opportunities around it will be created as well.
Thank you for that, Yolanda. Gerda.
So I'm not going to hedge any bets on what the energy mix will be in the future. We'll see. I think there's some discussions about that, but maybe I could make this comment. I think as South Africans, we are resilient people. We had a complete energy crisis a year ago, and so many people have stepped up. Businesses have stepped up. We have seen that solar actually has really done a lot in terms of our energy mix. It, you know, to the point where a lot of people will say, I don't know if this is the only reason, but the investment in solar over the last year has really helped the energy deficit. So I think as a country and as a people, we're resilient, and somehow we're going to do this. And if you look at the people in the room, you know, hearing about how many different energy meetings there are, just transition discussions, I think we're there and we're in the discussion, and we will do it somehow. The thing that worries me is, will it be just? You know, we will prevail. I'm convinced. But will it be just? And I think that's really, for me, somehow where the emphasis needs to be in the future.
I must agree that the conversation is shifted from very fragmented into us. I think the whole fraternity in its effort to try and create some coordination in the space. And with that, I want to open to the floor and also just find out if there's any questions online. Yes, you go ahead.
Number two, we can note that in South Africa, part of the unemployment that we have is structural. What they must study to be absorbed by the labor market. So the idea is they just go there for the sake of, they just want a qualification. And the initiatives that I have had here is actually addressing the neck of, the top issues without addressing the bottom issues, such as you are helping people that comes with information, knowing that I must be an engineer, I must do climate-related science. But what about the majority that actually does not know what to go study? What initiative are you doing to actually bridge the information asymmetry in our education system? The reason why I'm asking this is I work under the Just SA project at TIPS, and as part of that, we do training in different provinces. And I'm the facilitator of the Just SA, the Just Transition module. So one of the questions that comes in most provinces is that what is wrong with our education system? Because most of our graduates, upon finishing, they just sit at home without contributing anything. And I try to avoid that question, but I think the way I try to answer it is majority of people go study without knowing the information of what do they actually need to study. So I want to know from an education perspective, what initiatives are you doing to help those that do not know at all what to go and study for them to be absorbed in the labor market? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Any other questions from the floor? Yes, over there.
Thank you so much. The name is Lesego Nzima from Selection Business. I think for me, I think this question is really probably coming in different angles. For any sector or any initiative, the most important thing is to really look at the whole value chain, so that, or the value chain or the whole ecosystem, so that what you do on one side, you can immediately predict or forecast the outcome on the other side. So what we see with South African economy is at some point, as the country was developing, education was a need. And government and all private sectors and all of that made a way to make sure that education is more available. So people are really starting to go study and getting into institutions. But then the second problem came, which was as soon as everybody's done studying and getting equipped, how does the market absorb them? And what we have to really, or what I want to put on the table is, what we have to really drive is look at the whole ecosystem and start really inviting the right role players on the table. The quicker we do that, as like Prof was saying, the more we can actually react to some of the needs that the market has. So how I look at it is every institution, the first priority is to make profit because that sustains them. So through these initiatives, we can have shared value initiatives to say, while we're tackling social issues like unemployment, we have an opportunity to really drive organizations to make profit through the initiatives that can come out of here. Such ideas like efficiencies that can come up and innovations. So yes, skills development is key, and it was a good start. But the burden, it's going to be carried or it's going to be eaten up by the burden of the sector, meaning that the students are there, the skills are available, but the market is not ready. So I just wanted to say is, can we find a way to really get closer to the private sector and start not only talking to them, but driving good initiatives with them that are very direct to say what we get in is what we're going to get out. And we can bring such examples on the platform so that we can encourage more of these participations with other institutions. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I just want to check if there's any other questions from the floor before we address the online questions. Okay, Ntabi.
There's a question from Clement Mwepuli. He actually has his hand up. Clement? Seems Clement has some challenges there.
Okay. Do you want to maybe read the question? Okay. So I'm going to open to our panelists to just address the two questions from the floor, which was basically speaking to the information asymmetry and the access point and entry points and awareness of these programs that we've now spoken about. And then the last question to speak about the readiness and how do we invite the right role players into the work that you're doing, and beyond that, and looking at the full value chain and ecosystem, how are we addressing those needs as well?
Thank you for those questions. If I may answer the first question, for the information asymmetry, what we as a university try and do, well, not what we try, what we actually do is we visit schools very often where we discuss various career paths. So for me, not everybody can be an engineer, just as I can't be an accountant or a medical doctor. Everybody has various skills and talents. And also something that we are discussing is to say, not everybody has to go to a university. There are other options. There are TVET colleges. You can become an electrician, get your wireman's license. There are other ways that you can be productive in society. It seems like we as society have built this pyramid, and this is my opinion, where your university is on top, and so we scale down through the bottom. I don't think that's true. If I take it from an engineering perspective, does it mean that an engineer is better than a technologist, is better than a technician, is better than some other skilled worker? I disagree with the pyramid format. I think it's more a linear function. We all have a role to play in a system. And I think this is a mindset we also need to change. You don't have to run off to a university to study. There are other options where you can still be educated and be useful in society.
Thank you, Connors. Is there any of the other panelists that maybe want to address that question? You can go, Yolanda.
I do know the Energy Water SETA does quite a lot of career days, and they have a brochure on that. What we do from our side when we have a program that we're running, we have information sessions because not everybody understands what energy is. So we go into full sort of a mini training of what to expect, as well as the career path and where the employment opportunities lie in relation to the regulations that are in place. So this is where you start. That's where you can end up, and depending on what you are good at, you can specialize in an area within the sector. We have specialists in pumps, and we have ones in fans, and we have ones in measurement and verification and building envelopes. So there's various ways they can specialize in. So we do have information sessions on that. And then we give them a day or two to think if this is really going to be for them. We also ask them in the beginning what they understand under energy, and it's very interesting to see what comes out, before we do that.
Can I just add a little something? Because I can't really answer it fully. But we're just about to launch our project number 27, let's call it that, which is around capacity development of stakeholders. And so everyone in this room, like, we're going to launch this project. Anyone interested in capacity development, and being a part of that, of course, you're more than welcome. So the idea with that project really is about spreading the word, informing people. But really, I would say at the moment, it is aimed at, let's say, government officials, maybe at the supply side, the Tibet College system, maybe it is employers, so there's all of that. But I would really like to take that challenge on board and say, how can one maybe in a second round take that to another level and really also spread the word to communities, maybe it's into schools. What I can say is this pathway report that we did, the intention was always that we bring some of that information at the DHET. They have a career guidance unit, and that we can populate some of that information on that career guidance portal, that could sort of start to give indications, if you follow this career, then these are the occupations you could end in. But I think I will take the challenge on board to think a little bit more about how we really get the message out. So, yeah.
Thank you. Then noting the question that the sir at the back asked about the value chain and thinking through how the absorption of the market, and also how do we invite the role players to actively participate. And I'm hoping I've got the question correct. Thank you. So I'm going to give our panelists just an opportunity to respond to that question.
Sure, thank you. For the second speaker, the value chain from an academic point of view or a higher education institution, it's the remark that I made earlier. Industry and academics need to talk more to see what the problems and issues are. In terms of the value chain, what we are trying to do is we definitely invite industry twice a year to our university, where we discuss issues, training levels, the needs of industry, etc., to make sure that our graduates, number one, are applicable to the skill set required. So it requires a lot of feedback from industry, but it requires honest feedback. And that's one of the big things, because it's nice to go to a meeting and say, oh, the lunch was great, thanks, we're all happy. We need that honest feedback to say, we only need 2 hydrogen engineers and we need 10 PV technicians. We need that honesty.
Thank you so much. Any other panelists want to respond?
We, as an industry association or institute, we actually engage with most of the professionals in our industry. So we get continuous feedback also through our projects that we do. But what why I wanted to mention, and NBI has also started this great program where they're engaging with large industries. But what if we really think about it, we have all these youngsters sitting without work. However, I think most of the jobs are actually within government. If you think about it, supplying our energy, that's government's job. Fixing the potholes, that's not our job, that's government's job. And why is it not fixed? So we don't have people. The street lights that don't burn, you know, all that type of thing. So the infrastructure is failing. Our transmission lines need upgrading. We're developing skills, but the government's supposed to employ them. And first thing, just that's my opinion, because as you rightly said, the workers on the ground are actually the important people that make you know, wheels turns. So most of the just energy transition, direct energy supply is the government. So all those jobs should be with government. I just feel it's unfair to always just knock on industry's doors. You know, as the gentleman at the back said, the bottom line is they need to make a profit. And now people can say, well, you know, profit driven is bad, but if there's no profit, there's no money to pay anybody to come and work there. And there's no money for growth. There's no money for further capacity building. So you need a good balance there. But yeah, industries to benefit from that. When those structures are right, they can grow as well. And that's how we should be able to approach fixing our country.
Yeah, from our side, I would say mostly our focus would be on working with associations, you know, so whether that is a NBI or a BUSA or a SAPVIA or SAWIA or, you know, there's IOPSA, whoever they are. It's difficult for us to deal with individual businesses, but I think our working through associations is probably our best chance at really understanding some of that demand.
Thank you. Yes, Ntabiya from the online.
There's another hand here from Uchenna Ogemdi Okuosa.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. This is Uchenna Ogemdi Okuosa. I'm from Research Hall, private research and development company supporting students and academics, bridging the gap between the industry and the academics. My question here is, but first of all, thank you to the panelists. They are doing a wonderful job. One of the major problems in South Africa is unemployment, which we've already raised and alluded to here. I think the last person that responded to the last question talked about government being the major employer here. My concern is this issue of training skills. I think we majorly train skills from the angle of services, those that will work the job.
Can we just get that question again?
Can you hear me better? Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, network issue. Hello, can you hear me?
I would just ask Dr. Uche if he can just put his question in the chat.
Okay.
So you can hear me now?
So while we wait for him to put his question in the chat, I know that there was a hand at the back. Do you mind just asking your question?
Thank you so much. My name is Peter Marumarela from Beyond, just based here in Sunning Hill. And I'm going to respond on the comment made by GIZ representative. Ma'am, I've been fortunate enough that our company was able to be supported in a way by you, GIZ, in capacitating as well as access to funding. So we are in the technology of providing, we're building AI models for the JET process. Clients being Yan Feng in Roslyn. The existential question that we find ourselves in, especially as, Black entrepreneurs, is that, the ability to be confident in getting, or rather accessing the financing that we need, to serve some of the POs that, we get offered to. And I'm just asking how many, businesses like us can be able to kind of fiddle away from those kind of challenges, in a sense that, access to finance. We've went to CIFA. I'm gonna get to the question. We went to CIFA to ask for PO financing. And fortunately, GIZ was able to facilitate that particular process. So for us to obviously run, that PO and kind of, execute it. So thank you for that. But my question is that for young people to access this kind of technologies, building AI models for such organization, that kind of access, what needs to happen? From our point of view, we've built technologies to train, young people in a space of robotics, AI, so that they can be able to add onto the economy those kind of skills. Not only those skills, but to have a logical thinking process for them to able to understand such issues on a broader scheme of things, so to say. So my question is that what other opportunities do you have for, small businesses in that regard, especially tech kind of businesses who are building, those kind of technologies, to be able to access them? Because it was coincidental for us when CIFA, kind of rejected with financing and say, hey, you guys are high risk. We've never worked with you before, but then there's Jess here who's going to evaluate your business and be able to become funding kind of friendly. And that was the whole point right there. But my question is that how many businesses are in that kind of situation where they can't access funding, just going to these institutions that, hey, this is what we want to build. And the worst part is that we have POs that they have confidence in us that we can build this kind of technologies. But then that kind of run around that, hey, we don't think that you can execute this. You need to go through the business process and so on and so forth. Kind of demoralizes, young entrepreneurs. So that is my question, is that how long can you extend your hand for those people who don't know what you do? And thank you so much, by the way. I'm going to thank you again. Thank you.
Before we open, okay, so yeah, Khada, you can go.
Yeah, I feel like it's a difficult question. I think, like I just explained, certainly in the just transition space, we also have a digital skills program. We really talk about an integrated approach to employment promotion. And so there's demand side work that we do, and that is about developing entrepreneurs. And, so I don't know, depending on your exact need, I mean, there may be a possibility, but I can't speak about the details without knowing the case specifically. But I think maybe answering in a broader context, I think the whole issue of entrepreneurship and developing entrepreneurs, is top of mind for many people in the country, and is something I think that we just need to do a lot more of. A lot of us are sort of saying, okay, the corporates, they will maybe employ more people, but I think the real sort of employment growth is going to be out of small businesses. And we have to help our small businesses get along. And there are different entities working on that, DTIC, etc., have different programs. And I mean, my advice would just be to try and tap into whatever programs are going. But I do think a lot more needs to be done for small businesses. Yeah, but that's about the best I can do.
With that being said, I do want to thank my panelists for just how you've approached this discussion on demand. Obviously, it is a very, very difficult discussion to have, especially as the suppliers of skills. But I do think that we have an opportunity to really think about what our demand looks like. And I think, like a speaker earlier said, demand is agile, and we need to have that agility to really respond quite proactively to what that looks like. And I think with the different ways and approaches that we have discussed on this panel, I think we might just get it right, but maybe there's just a little bit more that we need to do. And I think it will probably come out of this room as well. With that being said, thank you so much, and round of applause to our panel.
Thank you very much. Okay, one more to go. Are you still with me? Death by panel discussions. One more to go. Stay with me. Okay. Thank you very much for that discussion. And I like the discussion that happened there, because I know the fixation is always with, big business, right? Because I mean, that's how we kind of like planned our skills development needs. We planned them around big business. And now we need to consider a slightly different context, in the sense that, most of the job creation takes place in the SMME sector, actually. So we probably need to change the skills development landscape to be more receptive with that. But it coincides with different pieces that need to come together all at once, right? So it's SMME development, it's skills development that needs to happen, also with the enabling environment of a growing economy. I think that point is well noted. I think you definitely provoked us, Mpho, when you talked about that. If we can't, or if we don't manage to grow our economy and our economy stagnates, that then stifles everything in the discussion, and then it becomes very difficult to move on. But let's not be somber. I think we can do a lot. We are better together. Yeah, alive with possibilities. We coin these things because, yeah, but just don't say we're resilient, okay? Resilience reminds me of 6 hours without electricity. So please, we are not resilient. Don't take us back there. All right, we're gonna go to the last panel discussion. And this is around building a unified knowledge platform for a global and local skills agenda. That sounds incredibly exciting. To help us moderate this session, Dr. Pressure, are you coming back up? You're a sucker for punishment. Dr. Pressure's coming back up, and we're going to be getting some lead input from Lisbeth Steer from Systemic, if you could also come back up. And then our panelists for this final session, Sydney Muhangi from Rhodes University, Saneliwe Jangis Busa is joining us today, and Devashri Naidu from the University of Mpumalanga, if you can join me up on stage. Round of applause for our last panel. Okay, so I'm going to hand over to you, moderator.
So hi again, everyone. Forgot my name. I'm Prisha from Wits University. And in this session, I think Lebo just said, we are stronger together. It's about how for a long time, we've been raising the critique about a fragmented landscape in South Africa, fragmented educational activity, fragmented implementation across the country. But there's a lot happening. There's a lot of passionate people. There's a lot of wonderful initiatives. There's a lot of learning, and there's a lot of tools that we can learn. And in this session, we want to see, how do we start to bring that together? Okay. Firstly, drawing on what we've been doing. You can share my slide. So I thought that, very quickly sitting there, some of the work, I think that's work on green skills and work on the knowledge commons around greening work in South Africa started quite a long time ago. And trying to pull stuff out of my laptop, which is not the best organized thing, is that I saw the document on integrating the environmental driver into sector skills planning in South Africa, and Hayla's in the room, she was involved, was an effort, because when the Green Economy Accord was written, the Department of Environmental Affairs, I saw the colleagues from there have left now, they were driving green skills and the green economy agenda in South Africa. And they led an initiative to actually work with SETAs. Every single SETA, and I was part of that working group, and so was Hayla, and I think Vivian, I see sitting there, and a couple of other people in the room. And for every SETA, an enabling document was developed to look at green skilling in that SETA. And I looked at that today, it was actually 2010. So we've been at this for a while, guys. We've been at it for a while. And I always come to these JET things and I'm like, guys, we've been doing this for a while. Let's learn, okay? Let's bring things together and let's actually learn from ourselves. So I just thought, and all of these things are available online. There is a Treasury set up the National Green Skills Program, which was a collaboration with Rhodes and UCT. And there was a lot of work that was done around studies, looking at manufacturing, chemicals, public procurement. We did a while ago, looking at if we change the way the state did procurement, okay? If the state procured green products more sustainably, can you imagine all national governments and all provincial governments, if they procured differently, what it could do to job creation in that? So there are multiple levels these issues have been studied. So in all of this research, and this is by no means all of it, because I know a whole lot of other things that are on the go or have been on the go on the last 10 years or so, okay? If we can bring together the research tools, if we can share findings, we can start creating a knowledge commons that works for us, okay? So young people, like the passionate young people we've been listening today, if they want to start a research program, they actually have things to start from. They don't have to develop research tools from scratch. They don't have to say, how do I do a demand analysis? How do I do this? There are freely available tools that are available online. And that's what the aim of this session is. How do we start together? How do we start to be? And firstly, we have to know where we are. We have to gather evidence of what we're doing. Who are the people? And we're hoping that many of you will put your hands up during this process. Okay, how do we form a local, we've been calling it something in our chats with the PC, like some kind of locus center and set up a mechanism for us to draw and create this knowledge commons. But in doing that, to also work and to work with multiple other people globally. And Lisbeth is going to set the scene on a global forum that she's working with lots of other people, I'm sure. Lisbeth, so I'm just going to say, not just you. Lisbeth is going to share a global forum and the work that they're doing to set up a global forum around green skills work. You have slides, Lisbeth? Okay. We're going to leave a slide in just now, but you can put this off.
Hi, everyone. I hope you are still with me or with us. So yes, I come to you with great humility. I feel this conversation here has been absolutely enlightening. I have no depth on the South Africa situation. Been looking at it recently, and what I would say is I've been amazed. And the story that's out there in the media and in the world around South Africa's just energy transition is that it's slow and it's not making enough progress. But actually what is happening here is quite remarkable. And that is because South Africa is really thinking about this just part and about the issues that we are talking about. And that story needs to be told. And getting that out in the world is what maybe we can talk about as well. So the other thing I would say is my entry point into this was as an economist and education expert. I was part of a global commission on education, which was set up by the UN Secretary General and chaired by the UN Special Envoy for Global Education, former Prime Minister Gordon Brown. And in 2016, we launched a report called the Learning Generation, which was about essentially how are we going to get education on the map, better funded and more successful. And what we have been finding over the last 5 to 10 years is it's an uphill battle. The education sector is underfunded. It's hard to get it on the global agenda. The issues that are front of mind with respect to climate change or the energy transition often miss the key component, which is education. So with all that background and with the help of a number of partners, including actually GIZ in the room, Ingrid Hoven, the managing director, and some other organizations from the climate space, we started thinking about how can we create a demand for the improvement of education from within the climate movement. So that's actually how I got into it. And for the sake of education and skilling more generally. So we set on this journey, and what we are trying to do is to really define the role of skilling and education in the just and green transition. More generally, it's not just about energy. And what we would like to do with this global initiative is help to get the evidence together globally and set the agenda around what the link is between skills, education, and the green transition. We want to use that evidence to then help support countries around the world. So there's a country action component to this, which would follow on from the evidence gathering and the knowledge sharing. And then also, in addition to working with the countries, also work with industry. So verticals thinking about, is that energy or other industries? But so in the last few months, we've been preparing a little bit of a framing for all of this. And it's been really interesting sitting here because a lot of what you've been saying resonates with the framing, which is good. So we are on the right track, hopefully. And the framing is such that we know that we will have to transition all our systems within the economy for the green transition. And that when you look at that, actually, interestingly, and someone said this earlier, when you look at the estimates for this, surprisingly, the impact on jobs and skills demand seems to be quite limited. You have an ILO number out there that says there's going to be 100 million jobs, gross, not net, created by the green transition, energy and also other sectors. well, there are 3.3 billion people in the workforce. That seems like 100 million, 3.3 billion. Is this really what we are talking about here? So there's questions about how do we actually define this? And I see this coming up here as well. What are we talking about? Because in reality, what we're finding is this great uncertainty about what is going to happen with different sectors. And a lot of that has to do with the definition of, are we talking about green jobs in a very narrow sense? Are we talking about green tasks within any job? Because if we're talking about a green economy, is that going to mean that actually every job is going to have to be green to be working within our planetary boundaries? So are we talking about something much broader than that? And are we talking about technical sort of green skills, or are we talking about all these broader skills as well? So this issue of green skills and green jobs, and we were talking earlier about this, is an age-long discussion. But it actually affects how the climate sector and the energy transition people think about this, because if they think, oh, it's just a few million jobs, doesn't seem that significant, then they are not going to be the people who help us make this happen. So the way we articulate and frame the narrative around green jobs and green skills is really important. And I would add to that, and this came up also in terms of the just transition, should we flip the narrative? Is it really about the fact that we have economies, and in South Africa, obviously, with a 35% unemployment rate, we have both, we have a need for jobs, and we have also an incredible youth dividend on this continent. And how is the thinking really, how should we make all these people part of the transition and the energy transition? So rather than thinking the other way around, we're having some coal plants that we need to shut down and we need to create jobs for those people. What is it that we can do with respect to channeling and harnessing this dividend that we have for the green transition and the green energy transition? So that's kind of big picture framing that we hope to do as part of this work, so that we can start creating a narrative that's compelling for those who are working in the climate space and the energy transition or the green transition space, to really start feeling this is an important issue that needs to be taken into account. And then when we go down to the skills aspect of this, what we started off with, it's about skills for the green transition. But very quickly, we realized that the way we have to frame this is not just skills. It's about skills, job creation, and social security. And these three issues need to be addressed in tandem. And we talked earlier about entrepreneurship, this issue of we need to create jobs for the skills, and sometimes skills can create jobs. So that's something to think about. 70% of the economy on this continent is in the informal sector. So we are going to have to be engaged in this. So quickly on how we then are structuring the work with respect to the countries and the industries. So once we frame the importance of this and how we think about it, what we would like to do is also frame the pathways or the solutions to address this issue. And so far we've come up with 5 that we feel seem to cut across the countries that we are looking at. And it would be very interesting to see how does South Africa fit into this. And the 5 issues that need to be addressed in order for us to make progress are the following. One is the need for integration in national planning. I think South Africa is doing pretty well on this. So making sure that skills and jobs are integrated in green transition plans, NDCs, industrial transition plans. Surprisingly, less than 40% of the NDCs talk about skills. There's great targets being set about where the world will move on climate change, but skills are not part of that at the moment. So we need to get this embedded in the NDCs and in the green transition plans. So I think, again, as I said earlier, I think South Africa can be a model in the way it's thinking about this at the moment. But of course, these plans need to be turned into implementation plans. We heard this earlier today, and that will be where the rubber hits the road. So that's number one. That's an area where each country is going to have to examine where it stands. Secondly, a really big issue is what we call system orchestration. And we've heard about this so much today. It's about coordination and alignment of effort. And what we see around the world, countries have successfully integrated skills in their national transition plans. We see these mechanisms emerging in those countries that are dedicated to this orchestration. So you have, for example, a Skills Council for Green Jobs in India. You have the Singapore Green Skills Committee. And what we are seeing is there's these national mechanisms emerging, but also in some countries, very localized mechanisms. And there's a couple of them in Finland, for example, where really at the very local level, these types of orchestration mechanisms are emerging. And I've heard today also examples of this here in South Africa. This story needs to be told. How are these mechanisms functioning? How effective are they in achieving our goals? The third area is obviously the entire area of skills development. And there's so much said about this today. How do we get our education systems to be ready for this transition? And what's being written up in many studies is, of course, that we need to think about much more flexible pathways. We need to think about stackable courses, micro-credentials, moving away from thinking only about the formal education system to much more informal ways of job creation. And in all these new models of skills creation and all these new models of skills development, accreditation is going to be super important. The World Bank actually came out with a very big report in September around learning for the green economy. And what they were saying in that report was, we tend to think that skills development happens in educational institutions, but the evidence around the world is that a lot of that happens outside educational institutions. It happens on the job. It happens through informal ways of skilling and upskilling. And how we will manage to value that and accredit that will need to be resolved. And there's obviously a lot of learning about effective training models. GIZ is a big leader in that. The fourth area that each country is going to assess is finance. I've done a lot of work on finance in my career on education. The education sector is underfinanced, it's underfunded. Climate finance is at the moment not including necessarily in all cases, actually quite often not, including skills development or human capacity. We need to look at that. The question around whose responsibility is it? Is it the responsibility of the private sector, of the public sector, of international institutions? Those are all questions that need to be resolved. And then it's not only financing for skills development, but also, as we heard today, financing for business development or job creation, and then also social protection. And then the final area that each country will need to look at is around data and analytics. And we've been talking about this a lot today. There is just there's a need for greater clarity around where the economy is moving, what is the impact of that on labor market and skills needs, how that can be aligned. And I think, Prisha, you were saying earlier, it needs to be localized. We have all these studies of aggregate impacts, but actually this needs to come down to the local level, be much more place-based. And when we see these data and diagnostic systems, we mentioned they need to be more agile. They need to account for uneven geographic impacts. They need to be much clearer around, are we talking about green jobs or green tasks, or what are we actually talking about, indirect or induced, as we heard earlier. And then how does all of this link with these broader challenges in the economy, the labor market more generally, and the needs in the labor market? So I will leave it at that. We would love South Africa to be one of the champions in this effort, both to be on the learning journey with us, but also to be a country that can be a lighthouse for others. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you so much, Lisbeth. And it was interesting, and we're looking forward to working. Go back one slide, thanks. We're looking forward to working with you and your colleagues. And I think that many of the 5 areas that you've outlined will resonate with a lot of the work that's happened in South Africa, like I was outlining, and a lot of the work that is happening at the moment. I mean, you met Victoria, who's one PhD student who's studying green skills. Lulu is sitting there as another PhD student from Rhodes who is doing a PhD on green skills. So there's a lot of knowledge production and trying to work with all of it. We're looking forward to working with you and your community. And of course, sharing some of what is going on. Like we said before, I think an important starting point in this discussion is what is happening in the country. There's a whole range of green skills initiatives on the go. And a lot of it was also captured in this book, and I just thought we should flag it, looking at green skills research in South Africa, because we start to shape a knowledge commons. In chatting and preparing around this this panel, we're really thinking about how do we pool the things that we've got so we start to create a knowledge commons that works for all of us, okay? That really is meaningful for businesses. And how can you, where you're sitting, I know Gerda is sitting on loads of stuff, Yolanda, and I know the energy efficiency people, they are sitting on loads of stuff. I have been studying Floris's work that he's doing in the garden route, wonderful examples of work that's happening at very micro level, youth work. So I think this session is about hearing the stories from colleagues in our panel, but also from all of you, how we can actually create a center of gravity around what we're learning, around skilling for this green transition. Bringing together our resources. And I think a very central partner in this, and certainly who has led a lot of the work, is Hela and the team at the ELRC. And Sydney Muhangi, who's also from the ELRC, is our first panelist. And I'm going to start with you, Sydney. So I just wanted to introduce this slide. So Sydney, I know that Rhodes has been involved over, I think Hela said this morning, over the last 20 or 30 years, and has developed many leaders across the country that are working around the green transition. I also know that you all have been at the forefront. Sorry, can you just put the slide again? The forefront of the MECA platform, which is a global platform for climate education. Would you maybe share the experience of what this platform is about and what are some of the things you're doing with it?
Sure, thank you very much, Prisha. As you just mentioned, I'm part of the monitoring and evaluation of climate communication and education. And this is a global platform that was done as a collaboration of over 50 actors, 50 partners worldwide. And we built this, through this project, we built this platform to try and look at how the countries worldwide are responding to climate education and also their progress on action for climate empowerment and the sustainable development goals, especially on education and climate change. And we were proud to have the Africa Regional Hub housed at the Environmental Learning Research Center at Rhodes University, and happening to be a co-chair of this regional hub. And some of the things that we've been doing in this MIS project, we developed these indicators. And when you go to this platform, it's an interactive platform where you can go and look at how the countries are doing, how vulnerable they are on climate change. You can also look at the emissions on this platform that we've created. So the different hubs that we have, as I mentioned, the Africa Region Hub, we have the Canada Region Hub, we have the Americas, Europe, Australasia. So it's a global platform. And specifically for the Sub-Saharan Africa and South Africa, we have been doing three major things. One of them is the climate change country profiles. So we developed a systematic framework of developing these profiles, and we were trying to look at how are countries in Africa, including South Africa, how are they mainstreaming climate change? We're looking at the national agencies to see whether climate change education is mainstreamed across all the agencies, and looking at the budget as an example. How is climate education supported financially? Looking at how international actors, local organizations are working in the climate education space, and also looked at how climate change is incorporated the national curriculum frameworks, national policies, as well as the in primary, secondary, and higher education, and looking at a sort of a comprehensive picture of climate change education. And to sort of make this more practical, we wanted to see how the climate education quality can be improved in Africa. So we established a fund to fund different country case studies here in Africa. And for the last 3 years, we have funded almost 15 countries to do these country case studies. And what was interesting is that of all the regional hubs, Africa showed the most interest in the climate change education. The first call we issued out, we got over 120 applications from different countries, from West Africa, East Africa, South Africa, up to Egypt, all interested in implementing these climate education initiatives. So this shows the interest that is in Africa concerning climate education. But also concerning, which I can mention, here in South Africa, was that we observed there's a lot of duplication when it comes to research on climate education. But the problem is, even when you try to look up who are the providers of climate resilience skills or climate education, you can't find them. So that is one of the highlights, especially for South Africa, that we've encountered in the MIS project.
Okay, that sounds fascinating. So is the platform openly available? Can anybody access the platform?
Absolutely. The platform is available, and whoever also is interested in joining this Africa Regional Hub, they can go to the website and sign up, and we get in touch with them. We've had so many organizations and agencies approach us to join this network. So it's accessible, and we want to work with as many people as possible.
And how do different kinds of stakeholders use the platform? Sorry, I'm just interested. How do different kinds of stakeholders utilize the platform?
So I think there are many ways stakeholders can use this platform. Firstly, if we could start with policymakers as an example. So on this platform, you can compare your own country on how it is progressing in relationship with other countries. But you can also have a chance to look at this synthesis of the different policies that have been developed in this country and what is missing, because we highlight, as an example, if you go to country profiles, we highlight the gaps that can be closed by in different countries. And maybe what I think needs to be done moving forward is making sure that there's a process of updating these profiles so that they can remain relevant. Then you have higher education or universities or schools. They also can access this platform and use it, for instance, to develop or help mainstream climate education into their own training materials or curriculum, as well as these different organizations that are involved in non-formal education and climate education, looking at what is being done and maybe what others are doing in other countries that can be implemented in their different contexts.
Yeah. Thanks, Cindy. That's quite interesting, and I'm sure there are many people checking out the platform. But I think it also gives very useful ideas of how we can think about platforms and the different things that we could load onto a potential knowledge platform that we're talking about. So let's see, well, let's move to you now. So if we were to visualize and create this knowledge platform that's going to be like a knowledge commons for us, okay, how would it benefit business? And can you see, how would you see business using this knowledge platform?
Oh, thanks, absolutely. And sorry, I have a little bit of a flu. But I'm going to be a bit long-winded about this answer and paint a little bit of a background as to how organized business actually convenes itself. And what we're hearing today is especially exciting because our business of the day is, convening social dialogue, and we operate at a very apex level. So you can imagine the amount of stakeholders just in this room we can count, and we'll be here until the nighttime. So basically for us, our overall goal, our primary goal actually is to advance business interests while also, offering a balanced business voice, working with our stakeholders, and, taking out an element of selfishness at a policy and legislative sort of arena. And what that needs us to do is to work with our social partners. I mean, Tanya's not in the room right now, but she's, and it used to be Level before she left us. I couldn't leave that part out. and civil society. And it's a range of issues, but throughout these range of issues, whether it's policy or it's legislation, skilling is always at the center. And I think today what is very apparent is when we are discussing labor market issues, and it can be issues of the green economy, climate change, the labor force and skilling and recruitment is at the center of it all. So we've got several collaborations going on right now, and I'll get to why it's important for me to highlight this, outside of our day-to-day, 9-to-5 job. And those are with the government. You might have seen phase 2 being launched very recently by the President of the Republic. But the first stream looks at transport and logistics. The second stream looks at crime and corruption. And the third stream, which is more important to the people in this room, looks at energy and environment. And then what we saw when we were starting to work on how can we unblock immediately some of what was keeping the country in the dark, move past bureaucracy and work with the public sector, how can we do that? What immediately came out was the employment issue. And then a stream, sort of a substream, was created to work on employment initiatives, which looks at scaling the initiatives that we currently have. But what was very apparent from the very get-go is we need credible evidence-based led data. And that's why this current conversation is exciting, because BUSA also operates at an international level. And we're mandated to, to be the voice of business. And, some of you would say the employers. The workers. So
I mean, also an example, last year, was it last year? There was an instrument that was looked at. It was recurrent discussion on just transition. And all of these thematic concerns that were discussed here were there. But in order for business to go to an international labor conference to discuss, what needs to change in terms of the mind shift and also the kinds of instruments that we ratify and adopt, we need to be speaking from the same hymn book. Exchanging best practice and a hub or an information system like we're starting to speak about today is the kind of thing that would get us there. The NBI today had already mentioned the JetSep project, which is meant to amplify these, some of these efforts in our partnership. And outside of that, I mean, there's plenty of them. There's so many people in this room, CIFA, other initiatives. And you can see the picture I'm trying to paint. Like you said, there is a lot going on. And for an apex organization, it's amplified more than you can imagine. Busa's time is spent in legal and policy formulation. So that is a long game. I mean, we sit down and we start looking at things like labor law reform. And when we started looking at labor law reform, labor was still Kusatu. I wanted to make an example to show you how long it is that we sit and, we look at the different parts of labor legislation that need to change. And it's true for so many of what is discussed in South Africa's social dialogue platform. But this conversation needs a certain amount of urgency that needs to also exist outside of, policy reform. And we can't do that if we don't have the information that we need. The speaker today also spoke about demystifying, some of these anxieties. And believe it or not, you would think that at a level like that, there are no anxieties and just overlapping confusion and questions, but there are. And I think because we're moving from a nascent, sort of beginning stage to getting to a point where the country's conversation on skilling and the just transition is getting to a place where it's mature, which means that there are a lot of voices mushrooming. And for employers, that means that we need to have our story straight. I'll make another example. We recently, through the International Organization of Employers, formed a partnership in Malaysia with the federation there, because we quickly saw that obviously there was knowledge and best practice and sharing that we could have. But what arose there is something that was mentioned today that, I mean, we are speaking climate change. That's, the jingle and the topical conversation of the day. But skilling, no one really wants to talk about, skills, green jobs, recruitment, job creation. And while we're looking at, all the technical advancements that need to happen to make sure that this planet still stays alive, we do have a duty of care towards the labor force. So, I mean, in closing for this particular one, integration for us is a massive, massive thing. And this topic also needs us to think outside of the traditional means that we've been doing for the past 30 years of South Africa's democracy. That was something that was also reinforced in the CS NetLag Summit by the PCC, that we do need to look beyond what we have been doing now, and that needs us to look at credible data, to be able to convene and come together, bring ourselves into one table to speak about, well, how do we need to get ready from a skills development perspective? Still me.
Thanks. No.
Okay.
I'll give you a break. Thanks, Sanelisiwe. Help me to say your name. Sanelisiwe.
That's right.
Sanelisiwe. Thanks, Sanelisiwe. It's always important to hear the views of business, because often when we talk about knowledge sharing, when we talk about knowledge tools, knowledge commons, the kind of knowledge needs of businesses are never at the forefront. And a few years ago, when we were working with the Department of Environmental Affairs to support the green economy work, we had to work with all the SETAs and develop those enabling documents. And when you met the SETAs and we asked them, what is, after their capacity building around the green transition, was what tools do they need? And their first thing, almost all of them said, was that they needed tools to build, how to build a case with the businesses in their sector. So we need a tool that can help us build, to do this, building the case with our sectors. And I think we often forget about that. We think that, okay, we need the green transition. And then CETAs go and speak to all of the organizations and employers that are in your sector. So it's important that BUSA is actually on the ball and actually at the forefront of working with the businesses. So let's move on to Deveshri. Deveshri, the University of Mpumalanga is at the epicenter. The Mpumalanga province seems like there's very little discussion around the energy transition without coming back to Mpumalanga. And a lot of the work around localized skilling focuses on the creation of strong anchor institution, strong educational anchors in these local communities. And how is the University of Mpumalanga thinking about their role in this epicenter as being an anchor educational institution? And what kind of knowledge needs are you seeing emerging in that context?
Thanks. So yes, Deveshri Naidu for representing the University of Mpumalanga. So I was a part of a team that applied for the NRF Just Energy Transition Community of Practice Award. And what we did is we, in collaboration with Stellenbosch University, TUT, we got together and applied for the award. I think it's so important to understand that the University of Mpumalanga is 10 years old, and we still an establishing university, but we are a university which strongly resonates within the communities within Mpumalanga. We've been the institution of hope, of upskilling people, of getting people more skilled within the province. Well, today's event opened with Dr. Olivia's, asking for a call of action. And it gives me great pleasure today to actually announce that the NRF JET COP has indeed been awarded to us. So, yeah. Thank you so much. Well, now the work starts in earnest. Our partners, Stellenbosch and TUT, will be focusing on technical renewable energy solutions. They'll be looking at solar, wind, hydrogen, and even biogas. The University of Mpumalanga's focus is on social and policy engagement. And this is a very, very important strategic partnership between the universities. We have technical, but also social impact through the COP. Together, we will be driving a strategic engagement. The universities will be very instrumental in coordinating, collaborating, and communicating with other South African Research Chair initiatives, SARCHI, the PCC, the Department of Energy and Minerals, the private sector, municipalities, civil societies, and for us, the most important player in all of this, the people that will be affected by the just energy transition, the communities. Well, we're going to be focusing and driving the COP based on inclusive and sustainable development. In this respect, women, youth, and vulnerable communities will be the people we will be working with on the ground. UMP has established an established entrepreneurship hub. And through this entrepreneurship hub,
we will be upskilling and reskilling communities affected by the just energy transition. We will also be playing an integral role in education and awareness within the province. Now, we will go and do roadshows. We will have workshops and educational programs in the municipalities. We're also going to be looking at our curriculum and looking at how we can embed issues of JET into our curriculum. We're going to be collaborating with the TVET colleges as well in terms of aligning curriculum and developing curriculum around these areas. And today I was very encouraged to hear that a lot of organizations have already worked with the curriculum, and it gives us a baseline to actually work from. And I think that would be very, very useful. But I think we must also understand that Mpumalanga is a province that has a high rate of unemployment and poverty. I think we must understand that the communities will resist this change. And it is only an institution like the university in which they resonate with in terms of the hope that it brings to them for an improved life that they would actually be able to engage with. The university has an ability to reach out to the communities and create an awareness and understanding of what's going on. The university becomes an epicenter of the transition through strategic collaboration, coordination, and communication. It is what Ms. Elizabeth was actually talking about. It is about driving local initiatives for just energy transition. But it also gives us a platform to start rethinking, reorganizing, and reshaping the very social institutions of our society. Thanks, Prisha.
Thanks a lot, Deveshri. I think that you really, and well done, and congratulations on that COP. We're looking forward to actually working with you guys. And I'm really happy that there's a social impact component, because when I actually saw that COP, I thought, oh, this is so technical. You know, it's the advert looked extremely technical. I thought, oh goodness. But I'm really glad that it was eventually given to a group that has got a strong social impact. And thanks for sharing some of the perspectives from the university, because I think the role of higher education institutions as anchor institutions in any kind of knowledge platform is actually going to be quite important. Elizabeth, I think that these three perspectives have been quite interesting, and they've put very different. So I'm not sure if you'd like to reflect and come in again on, you know, from the work that you've been thinking about globally on how these South African perspectives are resonating.
Well, I would welcome the collaboration and to see how we can bring, I mean, the business perspective. Think about South Africa will be presiding over the G20. There are huge opportunities to influence the rest of the world with what's happening here. And I think all of you are doing amazing things that could really be of an example. I would say one thing I was thinking, and I didn't mention, I don't know whether the room has any thoughts on this, but skills development and training has a little bit of a bad rap. And that's actually, when I was here last time, when we met with Crispin and a whole group, we went and visited Komati power plant and looked at all the transitions there and the work that was done. And then we went to a meeting with donors, and one very prominent donor said, skills development is a bad buy, because the evidence is showing that this doesn't have the effective, it's expensive, it's not having the impact it needs to have. So we have a bit of a mountain to climb also on that side. We don't only have to make the case that skills development is important for the just transition, but we also have to make the case that we have some good models to do this. And so I'm looking at my GIZ colleague there. TVET is, people say it's old-fashioned, it's TVET, but there's always a bit of kind of uncomfortable moving around. It has transformed itself in some places, but we really need to bring these examples to the fore and have the evidence to back up that we can do this cost effectively. We've modernized, we are demand-led, we are flexible, we have pathways in and out. We are accommodating to people who are out of the education system and have long been. How do we reach them, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know what the room, whether there are any views on this, and maybe that's also something that can be addressed as part of this work.
Yes, it's a constant kind of concern in educational discourses, this what kind of returns and how we look at the common good purpose of education and the actual contributions that it makes. So before I come back to the panelists, let me throw it out. Is there anyone with a question for any of the panelists? Okay. Yeah.
Is that we should not just look at energy, quantity of energy, only energy. We have to look at the entire environment. My experience is that. Sorry. My experience, over the last few years is that ESG and sustainability reporting is becoming more and more important. And I've seen that the big 5 auditing companies are investing millions of dollars in upskilling their staff complement and actually growing their staff complement when it comes to sustainability reporting. You cannot only look at energy in isolation. You know, water also consumes energy. When you do an environment, when you do a materiality assessment on any company, you'll find that water's energy is on top as the most important materiality aspect. Then water will follow, then perhaps waste management, and then biodiversity. Water is usually a scope 3 carbon emitter. But I believe that there's so many opportunities to create jobs in waste management. It's something that we don't really speak about, we don't talk about it, but there's so much opportunity to create circular economies with waste management. Lots of the waste management and recycling is informal. And when you look at your carbon footprint report, it's energy, water, waste management, and various other things. So instead of framing it as the just energy transition, it should be the just environment transition, because there's so many other opportunities to create jobs, not only in energy, but in water, in sustainability, and I think not sustainability, in waste management. And I think that's where you also need to look at as institutions, is the opportunities to create jobs in waste management. So the company I'm working for is a real estate investment trust, and most of their properties are in the informal rural areas. And what you find there is waste management is one of the biggest problems, but the biggest opportunity to create jobs. So just to say with you, you know, it's not about just energy, it's environmental.
Yes. Thank you for that. I think that there was a lot of examples this morning around the different and connected conversations around the green transition in South Africa. Food systems are critical in Africa. Water, food, energy, that's the critical nexus that a lot of research work is happening on around skills in the African continent at the moment. Yolanda, I saw your hand.
I would like to know, your opinion on how we fix the TVET system.
Are you asking that question to a particular panelist?
It's to the moderator.
To me?
No, to the lady from, the one that said it's broken. I would like to know.
No, I think
how-
she was making a comment.
Yeah, but she's right. And I would like her opinion on how does one go about turning that around? Because that's the core of the, you know, the artisan training, and it needs to work. And if it doesn't work properly, and if it needs to change, how does it need to be changed? And how would one go about it? And it's a serious question.
Okay, so in this knowledge platform that we are discussing in the session, the important question I think she is raising is that how do we then look at resources that can support institutions to do institution building, that can support institutions to work with, because that's often something that we forget about. But principals need knowledge tools to be able to assist them. TVET colleges need knowledge tools to be able to assist them. Don't worry, Yolanda. I know Floris wants to respond to your question, and I'm gonna come to Floris just now. But I think that you flagged, I mean, that important point to me is how do we think about the types of knowledge resources to bring together, resources that can work for different stakeholders. And important in that are going to be the different kinds of educational institutions and institutions like business. Floris, I saw that hand waving at me.
I was provoked, you see. Maybe
Everybody else, that's
yes.
maybe from with Elizabeth's incredible knowledge that she has of global systems and so on. My humble experience, I've seen in probably the gold standard of TVET, which is the Swiss system. They do two things really well. One, they really have an incredible good teachers, trainers, lecturers, whatever you want to call them. Those people that are teaching the kids, they make sure they get the absolute best. And so that whole environment, every time a child, a youngster and so on, and they start at the age of 16, 82% of the kids there go on apprenticeships. They help the kids to really have a tremendous relationship, whether it's at the school or in company. And all of us know they have the dual system, 2 days school, 3 days work. And they have apprenticeships for everything. The biggest apprenticeship system in Switzerland is banking, for example. Okay. Now, the second thing they do very well, they are the highest, some of the highest paid people in Switzerland are teachers.
Thank you so much. And I think that Hela raised that this morning, that we are not going to strengthen any kind of system without strengthening teachers. And often I am somebody, as we were talking about the writing, we had to really fight to keep basic education as one of the key interventions in the skills chapter. We, you know, because there was so much, oh, it is about this and it is about that. And every time we kind of bring up issues around teacher education in the JET discussion, it kind of gets, yes, we know it's extremely important, but we'll move it to the side for this point while we think about it. Senalisiwe, you want to come back into this discussion from the perspective of business?
Yes, 100%. And I mean, Floris has partly covered me because during the Skills for Economic Recovery period, COVID time, we were all asked to coming to the party and formulating social partner positions on the Skills for Economic Recovery strategy, which was positioned by DHET at the time. And a lot of our academic, you know, reasoning and research came from Floris. But perhaps to expand on that is to just talk about investment and prioritization broadly. And right now, I mean, the elephant in the room is austerity, and I'm mentioning it because we've got the midterm budget coming up. And unfortunately, this was mentioned at Solutions Exchange yesterday. And it's just one element. We are unable to shift the dial if we are unable to invest in TVETs. Someone earlier on mentioned centers of specialization. And when it works, it does work. We have really great examples, especially in the retail motor industry sector. In the Western Cape, and it's a prime example. But you know, to have an ambitious target and say
we need to be able to change every single TVET in the country into a center of specialization. We're then talking about infrastructure. And we're talking about moving some of the TVETs from a dire state into, world-class centers. And the hunger is there from students, from even the educators that are currently on the ground. But if we are not investing, number one, fiscally, but also investing into the teachers to make sure that there's capacity also, knowledge sharing, infrastructure, to get these TVETs to actually fulfill their mandate, of which there's massive, massive amounts of potential. And for business, our hunger and our desire is to actually partner and replicate those that work across the sectors. It should not be a retail motor industry or, another sector or just sunrise sectors. It should be across the board to make sure that we are catering for skilling, green skilling also, from a very holistic point of view.
And that can benefit multiple levels. Yeah, and the role of kind of communities. Deveshri, I was just going to ask, in the context of the University of Mpumalanga, do you have relationships with the TVET colleges in relation, or in your kind of broader vision, either currently or in your broader vision? I know that Nkangala is quite active, the Nkangala TVET, yeah.
So absolutely, with the community of practice, one of the outcomes is to work very strategically with the TVET colleges. We're talking about teacher exchange programs, we're talking about student exchange programs, and we're also talking about looking at the curricula and kind of aligning it with us. So a very close working relationship is going to be built with them. It doesn't exist right now, but we've definitely talked about it in our meetings. So that is a priority for us to strengthen the TVETs. I think we're going to be even working with international partners in the US and some of their, and I think it's also one of the European countries as well. So their TVET, structures work very well. And we're going to be working with those partners to actually create those exchange programs and enhance our relationships with the TVET colleges.
Yes. So I think that, often the skilling discussions come back to TVET. We seem to have done a similar thing today. So I'm going to open for another round. Is there any other questions on the floor? Anyone else? Or anybody with ideas of this, what should be in this knowledge platform? What should it, ideas of who should participate, how it should come about? Put your hands up to participate because Lindiwe is taking notes. Yes, sir.
Hi, Chad Dokken here, also independent consultant. I just wanted to echo some of the words that were spoken by someone on that side when they were talking to not looking at the just transition in terms of only green energy, but rather as in terms of a just transition to a green economy, and I know that term is so greenwashed these days, but I really think it's important, and also fitting into the broader context, looking at skills, job creation, and social security all as one sort of objective, I think is so important. And look, if I was to talk on this knowledge platform, I think it should be fundamentally just to connect stakeholders from grassroots to top level management. I mean, but that's something that
Thank
we're,
you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. And the point I think is noted, kind of broader framing of the transition. And a couple of years ago, South Africa did a green economy inventory to kind of take stock across the country of all of the green economy activity in the country. And there's a whole wide range of agricultural activity that was tracked in that process, as well as, of course, waste activity, transport activity. So there are multiple sectors that have got greening initiatives embedded in there. Yes, Sherry? Tell us about the youth, Sherry, because I was wondering why the youth were not being mentioned.
Well, I'm definitely not a youth anymore.
But Harambe has got a lot of experience with youth.
We can go back there. I just want to go back to the TVET point because I think it's really important. We criticize TVETs a lot and we give them a really bad rep, but actually there are some great TVETs, both government and private. And I think we need to look at what those TVETs do well and make heroes of those TVETs and of the people in those TVETs and really use them as kind of the sector leaders. And if I had to look at the things that I think they do well, they recruit better. The private ones are allowed to do that. They recruit better. A lot of the private ones also do ready to work up front so people know what they're getting into. And it's a much more real expectation of what's coming their way. A lot of them make employers have more skin in the game. So it's not 100% funded. And I think if we really want employers to absorb, we need to be thinking differently about how they come into, especially the technical artisan type of training. They manage the processes better. They have teams that manage candidates and employers. That takes money, takes funding. They're aligned with business and they intersect with business all the time. And they go over and beyond the QCTO curriculums. And we spoke about COS, and I think COS are more successful purely because they have more money in their process. The standard apprenticeship funding is what, 206,000 something. COS has that plus. So I think they are able to do better because they've got more money in the process. And I think we need to look at how we can leverage these lessons and make heroes of the guys who do it well, because I think we tar them all with the same brush, and that's also not fair because they're the great ones. Thanks.
Yeah.
In terms of the youth, yeah, I mean, please, everybody here, I don't know if you know what we do. If you don't, please come talk to me. But we want all of your training opportunities. We want all of your work opportunities. We want everything that you can put on SA Youth. We support young people with content about how to prepare for interviews, how to prepare for work, how to make your own money content as well. The more opportunities there are, the more young people stay engaged on the platform. We have over 4 million young people on SA Youth, nationwide, rural and urban. So really, let's chat. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Kayla?
Thank you so much. I think there's kind of almost two discussions going on here. One is about the platform and the other one is about the education system. So maybe I want to make a link between the two because, and it links very much to the issue in this country, and it's not only in this country, but it's a global issue actually, and that we have to be able to defend good quality public education. Because as good as private education is, and we all know that there's a huge differential between the two, we must be able to innovate into our public education system, because the public education system is the one that must serve those that cannot afford the fees that people have to pay for private education. So I'm a very strong believer in defending and strengthening public education. So I want to make that point very clear. And I think if the Just Transition is an initiative that is a national policy initiative, it should have a commitment to strengthening public education. That being said, the question is, how do we do that? So I think that one finds, as I think a colleague over there was pointing out, you find innovation in the private system. One has to understand that that innovation is often highly funded, as we've just heard. Nevertheless, it is possible to learn from that innovation, but then we must have transition mechanisms and transfer mechanisms where we can actually share across types of institutions so that we can actually innovate into our public institutions, and we must make a commitment to that. So we've worked with, for example, learning networks around a skills ecosystem approach in the rural areas in the Eastern Cape, working with TVETs and bringing multi-stakeholder actors together and working with the TVET actors to build innovation into the TVET system. It's a social process. It's not a technical measure only. So, you know, I just wanted to make that connection. And I think that a platform like we're talking about here, if we curate it well, we can make a good commitment to making it coherent, coordinated, innovative, full of energy, because otherwise the platforms just die and they become expensive to run and then nobody wants to do them. We know that there's many platforms. So a platform must have ongoing internal energy. And if that energy can have that purpose, right, which is to enrich and strengthen our public education and training systems, then I think we actually are going to be talking about something interesting here, because otherwise we're making another platform with a lot of stuff on, another repository, and there are many of them already. But if we can make a platform that can actually do that, then that can speak to the longer term sustainability of the interventions that we need. We've heard about the career guidance. How do we bring that onto the platform, and how do we make that available and accessible to the public education system, along with, you know, innovative TVET programs, along with, you know, new green construction technologies, along with, and then how does that become a tool for supporting the lecturers, the materials, the tools and things that we need to innovate these new forms of thinking into the public education system. For me, that would give the platform a purpose, and it would also help us to, you know, not end up with more bifurcation, but with more cooperation, and to continue to put forward the importance, and I really want to be passionate about this, of, you know, supporting a strong public education system. It's not an easy thing to do, because in South Africa, it's never actually been done. We've left, you know, so many of our children out of the story, because the public education system has never been designed to serve them. So we have to get over those kinds of problems and do it together. So that would be my comment, if it's a comment, I don't know.
Thanks, Hela. I think that's a really good point. There was a hand there. Is there a quick point? I want to bring it back to the panel. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. The name is Peter Mlangeni from EWCETA. I want to speak. Okay, we have roughly about 2,700 companies that are paying the levy on the energy side within EWCETA. And then we have roughly about 400 that are paying the levy in water, right? But we only have roughly about 278 companies that are submitting their workplace skills plan. And these workplace skills plans inform the SETA in terms of the skills demand in the industry. So if we have 2,700 companies paying the levy and 400 in water and 2,700 in energy, but still receive only 278, that does not inform or does not give like the full picture in terms of what the demand looks like in the industry. So I wanted to make an appeal to BUSA to maybe, you know, encourage, you know, these organizations that maybe might be paying this levy to submit their WSPs as well as their ATRs, right? That will give us like a broad and clear picture in terms of saying how the industry looks like from a skills demand standpoint, and a realistic picture in that case. So yeah, that's the point I was trying to make. Thank you.
Do you want to come in, Sanalisiwe, or yeah, it's not.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's really great to hear from you. And in fact, one of the points I was going to talk about is businesses' issues with not being able to train for their own needs. And currently there's a massive disjuncture between, and I'm telling you something you already know, between the demands that we have on our side, as well as how much of the skill spend the private sector actually gets back. And right now it's minimal, to the point where that pool of funds is used on every single thing but training. So I think it's indicator 63 or 5, you will know, that relates to skills and training, and even a fraction of that indicator doesn't mainstream and trickle down its way back to us. So it's interesting to me that while we have those massive gripes, there are sectors where SETAs are actually not getting the requisite information that they need, because currently on our side, the data for certain sectors, and we don't delve a lot into energy and water. For us, when we speak labor market issues, we talk to global business services. So it is exposing something that we can possibly collaborate on, which I think was the whole point of the session. And I'm so glad that you mentioned it. So I will be running a beeline to you after this.
Yes, and it's actually extremely important. I made the point this morning. The thing that we're missing the most, and it's not here in South Africa, it's globally, in terms of our skills anticipation information in related to the transition. It's the micro level information inside companies on how our occupations shifting. Okay, what is actually happening along different spaces, and for that we actually need very micro level work and information from employers. So any opportunity, and I think the skills plans are one of those, but also funding research, since there's no shortage of money, Ms. Bian, funding research that actually helps us to go inside companies and study how different jobs are changing is going to be extremely useful in this process. So I'm going to give the panel, who have all raised quite important issues here this afternoon that we will think about, just one reflection on, so what should we be thinking about? How do we go about trying to think about this knowledge commons that we want to create to support all levels of stakeholders, from grassroots communities, youth, business, educational institutions, training providers? Do you want to start, Lisbeth? I'll start from that side. Any reflection?
I also feel I owe an answer to the people in the audience who are asking me about. I wanted to double down on there is an opportunity for education transformation as part of the green transformation, because education systems around the world are really outdated and need to be upgraded. And my point was not to single out the TVET. My point is to say that as part of this effort, this knowledge building effort, we need to identify successful models, make sure that we have the data to show that they are effective, and also that there are pathways to scale. And there is a lot of innovation happening, actually, also in the TVET sector. The Philippines, for example, have done incredible innovation within their, actually starting from innovation in the private sector, which was then brought into, mainstreamed into their national vocational training. So it is possible, it's been done around the world. And I think the points that were made earlier about what we already know about what makes these models effective is what was mentioned here, but really blending with the real world, aligning to market needs, involving business and design. We actually know that there has been some research on it. The question is, how do you do it, and how do you do it at scale? And that scale will also require clarifying the financing of it, because you can't scale it unless you're clear about how we're going to finance it. And there is a multi-billion-dollar funding gap in education around the world, education writ large, and we just have to find affordable ways to do this, because otherwise we just can't do it the way we need to do it at scale.
Okay, great. And I think Hela also raised the importance of transformative learning and the kind of critical need to look at learning methodologies and the kind of learning methodologies. And just to also say, within the kind of education for sustainable development community, there's a huge amount of resources around transformative learning, learning to live, learn, and work. So that's become a cluster of work that lots of people around the world. And I think how we bring that transformative learning, social learning discourses into how we think about, even if it is only technical education, there should be an emphasis, or skilling for jobs, an emphasis on transformative learning within it. Good point. Next one.
So for me, I wanted to go back to what Elizabeth mentioned when she was speaking, that, for instance, in Africa, 50% of the people are not in the formal economy. And whenever we talk about skills development, we tend to link it with jobs and how these people are going to come into the formal economy. But I think building resilience for the grassroots people, those people are not thinking about jobs, they're thinking about livelihoods and how they're going to survive. So I think what we need now is to build those collaborations, as Profela mentioned, to support these people to learn to build resilience so they can create livelihoods that are sustainable to support them. So I think that's very important as we think about climate education. It shouldn't be in a classroom setting. It shouldn't be at a workplace, but it should also be at the grassroots level for someone who has no access to public or formal education.
Yeah. Thanks, Sydney. And I think we raised this point, or was it a point in a discussion that we were having on the table? And I think that I've spent many years of my life, wrote an entire PhD around the complexity of understanding the idea of green skills and kind of seeing it as this continuum, okay, from skills for jobs to skills to live, learn, and work, to skills, transformative skills that's changed the status quo, because a green skill is all of that. And unless we work with the continuum, okay, we actually, skilling for jobs is not achieving our green skill. And I think that there's been a lot of thinking around that in South Africa and how we think about that continuum when we think about green skills. Thanks, Sydney. And I think this thing, skilling to, and I know you all have done a lot of thinking around skills to live, learn, and work.
Thanks,
Mpumalanga.
Well, for me, I think it's about a collaborative approach. I think it is the only approach that would actually allow us to get a proper takeoff in terms of implementation. We cannot do it alone. The university is in a position as a central partner to engage from a bottom-up approach. You know, when you think of the university, you think of knowledge generation and research. But we mustn't forget that it's so important to engage with communities in a participatory approach. Only through a participatory approach can we look and build new research methodologies that is driven by what people think, what people do, and what people want, so that we can actually develop or innovate solutions to solve the problems that exist on the ground. Universities operate at a very, very unique intersection. We not only the custodians of knowledge, but we are also embedded within our local communities, and we have the ability to reach up and to coordinate, collaborate, and communicate. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. And I think there's some important points around thinking forward, thinking about the kind of knowledge resources, and to think about how we use knowledge resources collaboratively and how we look at co-engaged learning processes in this process of how we build a just transition. The last word to business. Oh, thanks, sir. So the disadvantage of coming. No, not on.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. So I was about to say the disadvantage of coming last is everybody said what I wanted to say, so I've got no original thought right now. But I definitely agree with our panel speakers, and I mean, I'll be an organized business person if I didn't talk about investment, because the truth of, exactly, money. And the truth of the matter is, you know, nothing runs on, someone talked about imaginary stuff today. Nothing runs on imaginary fuel either. And there has to be a shift in our mindset in terms of this is a priority, but priority needs
support and funding. And that support can also come in the sense of, assistance with mobilization and making sure that this current discussion is at the top of agendas and not necessarily, a byproduct of labor discussions and climate discussions, but an actual proper prioritization. So for us, there's different tiers to it, of course, but investment.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. I think this panel and all the panelists and the contributions from the floor have given us some very useful, concrete ideas of how's and moving forward. At our center, and Gerda's going to laugh because we were very strong in saying beyond the magical thinking. We are so tired of magical thinking. We actually would like to know how. Okay, so I think that all of you have given some really nice ideas of how you're thinking and little things that all of you are doing. So thank you, everyone, and back to the...
Thank you very much. Sure, we made it. Almost there. Sanelisi was reminding me of my fights with her and Johnny Goldberg when I was wanting to amend the labor laws. I had a lot of energy back then. I was younger. So I wanted to legislate a 40-hour work week, and I wanted to legislate, what did I want again? I wanted to legislate an increase in severance pay. Those were interesting times. But what it shows is that when you have key role players in the room and you come together, no matter how different your views are, right? So, of course, there were stark differences in what I wanted and what the business colleagues wanted in the room. But the idea is we have a new labor law amendments now. And that's because, when you start, I know it's tough, sitting through the discussions, it's long, it's tedious, and it feels like we're having talks about talks. But it actually culminates into something, right? It creates something, it sparks the interest, it sparks the knowledge, it sparks the innovation, and we end up doing the work. I see a lot of academia in the room. So I know you're going to be writing all of those research proposals and you're going to get cracking, right? And you're going to help us think about these things, even though the PCC as well. So we had a discussion internally. We're like, what are we going to do with the Skills Indaba? We're going to write a nice report for you guys, but we're also going to start thinking about what else do we need to start doing to get us to where we want to go. And I do like to imagine, right? I love imagining. I feel like we don't have enough imagination, if you ask me, right? But again, it helps us to reach, what were you saying earlier, Prof? You said we must, or who was saying it, that we look to the stars even though our feet is on the ground. So that's important for us moving forward. So I think, we're going to call it a day just now, but I want to hand over to Devin Pillay from the Presidential Climate Commission. He's going to come and give us some closing remarks. The way the PCC structures is that I lead research and policy, and then I shift it all to Devin and I say, go implement it. So I get the easy job because this country is fantastic at research and policy. Whereas Devin gets the not so nice job of trying to get people to actually do something. And then we sit around and we blame him when things don't go right. So Devin, come up, give us some closing remarks and reflections.
Thanks, Leo, and good afternoon, everyone. It's been a long day. Don't plan to keep you here much longer. But I think it'll be amiss if we don't thank all the speakers and the panelists that have shared their insights, shared their knowledge, shared their experience. Most importantly, from an implementation perspective, as well as from the research perspective. I mean, the research that comes through helps us as the PCC to start engagements about fashioning skills for the new economy. So, just a round of applause for all of the speakers and the panelists. Thank you. I would also be amiss not to thank Lebo for coming in always and helping us facilitate. Thank you, Lebo. And also a very big thank you to Lindiwe, our comms team, and Nomandile for pulling this event together. This is months of planning. Thank you. Colleagues, as we about to close, I wanted to pick up on the Komati experience and what was mentioned earlier, that the pain that people went through with the close of Komati. And we understand that very deeply as the PCC, both community and workers. But what's most important is the takeaways from that and what we've learned and how that has fashioned the future closure of coal mines. And I think that's the big takeaway from the bad Komati experience. And the recommendations by the PCC has now been deeply imbued in the closure processes of Eskom going forward. And I think that's a great achievement and something that we should be very proud of. For me, a personal takeaway from the Komati experience is that it's taught us that we need to have in place a diverse economic diversification project well in advance before a power station is closed. And in that closure plan, the economic diversification initiative needs to start with a deep engagement with all stakeholders, particularly those closest to the power station, and then moving out to surrounding areas and surrounding wards, and understanding the impact, and then developing appropriate mechanisms to identify economic opportunities. Now, the economic opportunities are one thing, and trying to get the deep value chains in, because this is where we'll create the quality jobs. Jobs that are linked to, good benefits, pension funds, comply with the ILO standards. But at the same time, we do understand that South Africa has excessive levels of unemployment. And we need to respond to this somewhat differently if it cannot be absorbed by the formal economy. And therefore, the livelihood opportunities become critical. And here we look at how do we take forward economic opportunities that may not be to scale, but allow households and communities to elevate themselves out of poverty. So when we look at the skills ecosystem, it's a two-pronged approach. It's looking at what can be done for the broad economy and how do we meet the future economy needs, identifying the occupations and the skills for that. But at the same time, picking up on the skills required for livelihood opportunities. When we look at workers, we fully understand that not all workers can transition. There would be those workers that will not be able to transition. And what mechanisms we put in place to respond to that is very critical. Social protection is one measure. The PCC has been exploring other opportunities, such as how do you get workers and community members involved in socially owned renewable initiatives? And this is another set of skilling that's required, because you need to skill workers and community members to become active participants in the economy differently from what they used to. And this area of skilling needs to have some sort of focus going forward, because it's a major drive on how we respond to this. And we can see as the PCC, as we are doing feasibility studies, the substantive impact this is going to have on communities and households. Most importantly, communities who have no income or households that have no income would start to have a level of income. And those that do have an income now have an additional income that allows them to move and do things a little better for that particular household. So you include, what's important is understanding the multiplier effect of that spend. So skilling is very critical to moving this forward. And what we've picked up, and you would have seen this very clearly coming through most of the speakers from the different constituencies. As a country, we've began to coalesce around particular areas. One is we're skilling no longer just simply for the supply of skills. We're skilling towards a job. And there's a number of initiatives that's out at play at the moment by organizations such as Green Cape, the auto industry, that's particularly training workers to enter a particular occupation. And most of the initiatives that we're looking at, it's not being run by a single organization, but rather a partnership of organizations, and the bringing together of different stakeholders who would normally not sit in the same room, but you're bringing them together and you're collectively finding solutions. I mean, the NBI initiative is one such example. At the working group level, they're working with all stakeholders to identify solutions. Likewise, that skills development zone would play a very similar role. It'll bring together the different role players to identify the skills required for that particular locality and that particular technology. So this kind of initiative, which brings together role players, has now seemed to become the mainstream of how we are doing things in South Africa. And it is leading to very positive outcomes. And I think we need to, expand on that, get that going at a little better pace. While we've spoken about the economy, there's new opportunities that are emerging that we have not yet skilled for, and we need to start skilling. And that's largely around, what Liz mentioned, the green skills. But in South Africa, we look at it slightly differently. We're looking at adaptation and resilience and the skills around that. And how do you make communities more resilient to climate change? But importantly, we're trying to pick up what are the economic opportunities that lie within that, that's embedded within that we can take forward through private sector initiatives. And skilling gaps exist within that arena at the moment that we need to start responding to. And in the system that we have at the moment that Pressure mentioned, we have lots of opportunities when we look at the circular economy to build in different skills at different points for different economic opportunities at different sectors of the economy. And I think once we start bringing the successes we've had so far, working together as a collective, we'll be able to find very quick solutions for these new skilling gaps that are being identified. So colleagues, I want to close on that point, noting that, a lot of work has been done, both research and implementation. We've seen a significant shift in the last year across all stakeholders. And if we continue along that line, we will have a better shift next year. And we'll actually begin to start to feel some of the tangible experiences on the ground. And I think that's what will make the just transition practical. It'll be realized and a deeper appreciation of the just transition. Colleagues, on that note, thank you very much and have a great afternoon.
One more thing.
No, I just wanted to, thank you all for a great afternoon. Lisbeth issued an invitation to us earlier. I heard her say there's this global initiative. Do we want to be part of it? I think we should reply to her and say, definitely, we'd like to belong. And we're going to have a more detailed engagement into this initiative tomorrow afternoon. Those of you that are interested in joining that engagement, you're very welcome. Come and chat to me afterwards.
My name is Coretta. Clayton, lovely to meet you. Yeah, so it would be interesting to see those case studies and stuff. Are you able to dial me and then?
Yeah, let me take a photo quickly. So I've got all of the details. Safe paper. Yeah.
And you work for a trust.